like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for
Hello PUBG Esports fans. The Pick'em Challenge is back, and just in time for PUBG Continental Series 2, with some new improvements to make earning those great rewards even easier. That's right, starting with PCS2, we've extended the Pick'em Challenge event and increased the number of matches, allowing you more time and opportunities to collect the points you need to earn awesome, unique rewards. You'll also be able to earn more free voting coupons than before, while having opportunities to earn esports points just by watching our live PCS2 broadcasts. The PCS2 Pick'em Challenge takes place from August 19th to September 8th for PC fans, and August 27th to September 8th for fans on console. During this time, you can check out real-time tournament standings, information on participating teams, and player stats in the Esports tab in-game. After PCS2 finishes, you'll be able to spend your earned EP in the Esports shop from September 15th until the 23rd. The shop is filled with exclusive PCS2 themed skins you can't get anywhere else, so make sure you spend your points while you can. Like before, the Pick'em Challenge is divided into 2 games, Pick the Winner and Team Face-Off. Pick the Winner lets you predict the overall champion from each region. You can only vote for each team once, but with a 100,000 EP prize, you're looking at up to 400k if your prediction game is on point. You'll need to use a voting coupon to cast votes for this game, which can be earned by purchasing PCS2 gear in the shop or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 25% of each PCS2 item sold goes directly back to the teams via evenly distributed direct payments and by bolstering the regional tournament prize pools, so you're getting cool stuff, increasing your odds to win even more cool stuff, and helping your favorite PUBG esports teams in the process. Team Face-Off is a game where you predict which of 2 teams will perform better in an upcoming matchup, and plays a little differently than PCS1. It's still a free game that doesn't require any voting coupons, but EP prizes will not be weighted based on how many votes each team has gotten. So it's up to you where to risk and where to play safe. Catching the intense PCS2 action live is its own reward, but you can also increase your Pick'em Challenge odds by watching live. Just like PCS1, codes will periodically show up on screen during the broadcast. Enter these in-game quickly, as only a certain number of people can claim each one. We'll also be giving out coupons and EP on Twitch through Twitch Drops. Twitch Drops are currently only available for Steam accounts and can only be acquired by watching on Twitch. To participate, make sure your Twitch, Steam, and PUBG accounts are all linked. You can get started easily by visiting accounts.pubg.com and logging in or creating your PUBG account if you haven't already. From here, you'll have easy access to link your accounts. Once linked, you can earn 1 free voting coupon and up to 20,000 EP just by spending time watching the PCS2 action live on Twitch. During the stream, you'll also be able to participate in quizzes that randomly appear on the official twitch.tv/PUBG channel. Answer correctly, get rewarded. PCS2 is happening soon, so familiarize yourself with the teams and plan out your strategy. All 4 PUBG regions are participating, and you can vote on them all. The more you watch, the better your odds of scoring unique skins for your own matches. PUBG Esports, PCS2, and the Pick'em Challenge. Get in on the action today.
Bike with two guys coming towards me.
Нам нужно начекивать, уже придумать, как-то под них крашиться. Дома.
Подержавай тачкой квизи справа у бара.
Вы готовы, пацаны?
По тракторам, по тракторам.
Мы в зоне.
Прикрывай, я поехал, ты прикрывай.
Давай.
They're gonna cross me.
Кинул хаяту.
Да, он
Заезжаю,
перебегает.
заезжаю.
Локнул.
Пушим, бар.
Левый дом, один пикает, первый этаж. Хилюсь. Надо дойти, добить его, Тёма, пошли.
Го, все вместе.
Квизу чуть не
Все,
убил.
они кинули
Двое
своего.
осталось.
Все, надо их файтить сразу.
Со мной другой дом займите, правый.
They probably don't know about RL, by the way. You could, They probably think we're splitting or something. Let's not shoot. But let's hold this house, and then RL might shoot them crossing to you.
You can go under the bridge.
Okay, maybe we can do something.
One knocked. One more running beach.
Под заправкой был другой склад, парни, аккуратно.
Я горю. Меня надо будет поднять сейчас, я к вам.
Нормально.
И релов трое тоже.
Он под мостом пикал или где?
Да, справа от моста.
They're fighting already. That's good.
Yeah.
You should go peek.
Kind of wanna peek soon.
Давай смоки, я еще заряжаю.
Я иду с тобой.
Жди, Аля. Иду с вами.
По правой, го втроем.
Давай, по правой.
Он под мостом будет в балках.
Очень лоу. И мы его нокнули.
Смоки раскиньте и на ящик перейдем.
Один с заправки.
Даю на их сторону.
Could have been such a sick game.
Ибица остался.
Тачку,
Ну,
я
надо
забираю
заправить.
тачку, я тачку забираю.
Метка, тройка, чел, слева от моста. Пикает. Дайте бусто.
Бустой и скинул.
Скинул еще два. Там справа видно на склоне типа.
Да, бежит на склоне. Я могу в воду спрыгнуть, сыграть снизу.
Под мостом есть кто-то?
Не знаю, нет.
Погибаю.
Вот у них файт пошел, можно делать.
Тут есть
Давай,
бал.
давай.
У меня один плавает.
Под мостом чел в опене бежал. Он прям под мостом у нас сидит.
Аля, чекай, может нам выйти, может быть. Чекай, слышь, не отвлекайся.
Мост стреляет по нам жестко, нам нужно на тачках уезжать вверх.
Спину чел
Не
может
надо,
выйти.
не спешите.
Не
Мы
выйдет,
можем
не выйдет.
направо переехать вот сюда, они же не мешают направо уехать.
Ребят, надо это. Короче, на мосту у вас на краю, на желтый играет тип.
Переезжайте направо, вот сюда, на тройку. На желтый играет?
Да,
я
на
не
краю, на
знаю,
мосту
мост.
стоит.
Они выйдут сейчас резко.
Я
Али
против
не
вас.
успеет.
Яйка один остался.
Все, мы
Мне спину
нормально.
чел сейчас выйдет, сейчас спину вот выйдет.
С воды?
Да, на
Акер
воде один чел плавает.
уезжает.
Запуши другую сторону, яйку надо запушить всем
Выбил,
вместе.
Акер.
Надо...
Это ласт зона, она
за мостом,
Она между нами закончится. Сольника у нас нет в спине, значит он у них где-то. В воде плавает, еще что-то.
За будку.
За будку
Ты
давай.
все херово кинул.
Я думал, в будке чел сидит.
Вода пикать будет. Аля, вода пикать будет.
С воды стреляет, с воды не убивайте, воду не
голову.
Воду не убивайте, реально. За деревом у вас флешка есть. Вместе. Let's go!
Хорош.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We are here for the grand finals for PCS2 EU. A warm welcome around the world. Joining us here to break down everything that is going to be going on in the next couple of weeks, I suppose, when you look at how everything is divided throughout the next play days. My name's Kyle Laris, and joining me, as always, I have Martin, I have Toby here to break things down. Martin, I'm excited. Are you excited?
I am excited. Not as excited as you maybe, but I'm pretty excited. I gotta say, we had some amazing group stages. We had some teams that were really plowing ahead. I'm excited to see if they're gonna be able to do that and continue that in the finals.
How about yourself, Toby?
The same thing here. I mean, we saw a certain set of teams kind of separate themselves from the pack by the end of group stages, and I want to see some of the teams that qualified but did manage to really prove to us that they were heavy hitters come out with a good start here today.
Yeah, definitely so. Our 16 teams going to be representing throughout our finals here. Extremely powerful indeed. And here they are. We whittled it down from the 24 teams that are actually qualified on through. And now we sit with these. And I'm going to start, Toby, with one of the teams that really made a huge impression. Nigh on record-breaking impression to start things off at the end of last play day. It was Na'Vi. Those 4 wins in a row in that spot. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
They made it look way too easy. When you mean they made it look like they didn't even care. That was the scary thing. There wasn't really. I was looking back at the games afterwards, and I mean over the course of the next couple of days after we were done with it, because I was just stunned. I mean the way that they were playing, it was just very, very, very next level, and you could tell. I mean off of how they were playing, it was very hard for any other team to really keep up. They won all their fights. They beat everyone on their rotations. They were just playing all around extremely good PUBG, and doing that, having just added a new 4th player to your team, that is that's gotta spread some fear among some of the other teams.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, of course, the first 2 games of that day didn't look fantastic, but it was as soon as that kind of kill switch was triggered, Martin, it was that nobody could slow them down. It was insane.
It was absolutely nuts. I mean, 82 points in 4 games consecutively, back to back is just insane, right? It's nothing unlike we've seen before. So then they being able to pull that off on a day that the most of the guys that we've talked to are like, it's a lot of random and unpredictable stuff is happening. The only predictable stuff was happening that day was just Na'Vi fragging out, and they were always in a good position, always able to take down a lot of teams and take down a lot of points from that. So that was just nuts. I'm hoping to see them being able to continue this, because if this was the kind of the ramp up that they wanted to push themselves into for the grand finals, I'm gonna be looking at them just wow. I gotta say.
And a short question, I suppose, in this one, Toby, is obviously FaZe finished the group stages in 1st place. Are they back to championship form?
I don't think they were ever that far from the championship form. Okay. It's just other teams have really started upping their game. I mean, other teams have they've shown up, and they said that we won't have the likes of Liquid FaZe and some of these other potential top teams go out and win everything. We are there to best them as well, with it being both online and some people being more comfortable playing from home. I think that's what has maybe made it look like FaZe not performing as well as they have been. But I think FaZe to some extent has been playing as good as they have been over the course of, well, the last couple of tournaments. It's just been other teams actively improving, and that's been what's been tough for FaZe to kind of separate themselves.
Fair. Martin, your thoughts?
Well, I think what Toby's saying is the benefit of everybody else being at the comfort of their homes, being able to play on their own PC, own setup, whether it's cushions under your feet, or robes or whatever you wanna feel better. FaZe Clan plays this good on LAN as well, so that's the scary thing for everybody else, is once we get back to this, FaZe Clan will continue this domination while everybody else will be nervous. They will not be able to have their, cushions, robes, whatnot, whatever makes you feel comfortable at home, or even girlfriend, mom, or dad making food for you while and your favorite dish. All this stuff is something that you have to take into consideration, because you might not be as comfortable as you can be, and being able to be comfortable makes you extremely confident in your gameplay as well. So I'm really curious to see how they're able to shape it up and continue to push this through this PCS2 here, the grand finals for Europe. And I think still we're going to see the 4 teams that have been dominating the group stage. I think we're going to see those 4 again kind of rise towards the end here now that we have 24 games.
Two of those other teams that you're kind of alluding to there are Team Liquid and Northern Lights. Of course, all four of the teams in the past, few minutes that we've been talking about, all breached that 200-point mark, which in the group stage was fantastic, Toby, to see from them. Northern Lights and Team Liquid are teams that can easily challenge here for the champion. There's so many teams to talk about. Damn it, there's so many teams.
And it goes to show, right? I mean, all of the teams that have made it through deserves the mention because they've all bested teams that I mean, honestly, there are teams that didn't qualify that I probably didn't. It's not that I'm surprised that they didn't, but maybe I'm surprised some of the teams that did manage to surpass them did. I mean, the likes of Etiquette we saw, they all of a sudden came out guns blazing in some games. We're like, oh damn, what does Etiquette have for us? Blaze as well, a team that I've always known had the aggression, but then when we come up against some of the better teams on the bigger scale, like in the grand finals and stuff, they have had a harder time showing up. Those are the teams that I'm looking at now in the beginning of the grand finals to hopefully come off to an aggressive start to say let's utilize this kind of momentum that we built and just qualifying for the grand finals and see if we can carry that over to the grand finals.
And to that point, Toby, I'm going to stick with you to start things off here for predictions for the day. So, Toby, why don't you set us off on the right track?
I mean, now that we've been there already in terms of talking about them, I think when you finish off a group stage winning 4 games in a row with a new 4th player, that is as well, then you get my first order of the day for sure. So I'm going with Navi for today.
Okay, Martin, how about yourself?
Well, I think I've seen some fire in the eyes of the Team Liquid boys, so I think I'm going to stick with them for today. I think they're able to open up strong, especially with their drop spots being so consistent and being uncontested. So I think we're going to go with them for today and see how that goes. I want to say though, quick before you give your own prediction, the amount of separation that these guys from the top 4 was able to give, 40 points. With 200 points in between, and then ends being at 5th and 160. That's a very big separation considering the amount of games we played. So I think that's why we're Toby and I at least, we're really confident in those teams here today, at least.
Martin, I am also confident of those 4 teams. Don't you worry, my friend. However, tradition is tradition, and we are going with Tornado Energy, as always, because they're the best. And eventually it will come true. Maybe in 3 years' time. We'll see. But maybe today as well. So exciting stuff to come here as well. I mean, as kind of previously alluded to, gentlemen, there are so many teams to talk about when it comes to how things go. I mean, even our reigning champions for PCS, Toby, didn't have the easiest time in the group stage, TSM, and we are kind of putting them by the wayside here a little bit, but they're still a roster that can quite easily attain yet another championship and put it under their belt.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think it goes to show that the skill gap within, I mean, let's just say these 16 teams is extremely small. And it's so scary that all the teams, I mean, I'm looking at the list of these 16, I don't see a team that couldn't go out winning a game. That being said, I don't think all teams will have wins over the course of the grand finals, because that's just not going to happen. But all teams have the caliber of going out and getting themselves a 10-kill win. It's just who's going to be able to bring it in a 4-game day. That's another thing, right? The format and all. It's you don't have that much time to build the momentum, because before you know it, the day is over and you're moving on to the next play day. So it's going to be interesting to see how the players and teams as well will be adapting over the course of the grand finals.
And even 2 teams that didn't have, I would say, the easiest of starts or times in PCS1 have kind of risen to the occasion for PCS2, I would say, are Ensign Raise Your Edge. I mean, there has been a roster change on Raise Your Edge's side here, Martin, but it's definitely paid dividends, and they find themselves in the middle of our top 16 as opposed to kind of down towards the bottom of the top 16 or not qualifying at all. So I think that's a great change for them, and maybe they can do something with that.
Yeah, and I think we saw that from the very first game with the Doozy, and honestly, he's an amazing player. And I think what we also heard from the interviews, like, he's giving them that extra push when they need to, because often you see them in a great position where they need to take a more of an aggressive play to make sure that they kind of get their foot inside the late game, and he sometimes gives them that push. So for such a new member of the team, I think with time, I think these guys are going to be very well rounded off, and I think we're going to see some really good games from them and potentially be able to contest for the top 6 or something like that.
Yeah, I would like to hope so as well. I would. We've got a few other teams that, you know what, I really want to talk about some of the other teams, but I don't want to take too much focus away and not give them the amount of time that they deserve. Maybe we can talk about them between games, Toby, because I want to talk about Shift W, Bystanders, Etiquette, Adepts, all in this mix as well. But you know, there's only so much time before the actual game starts, Toby. So, any kind of thoughts before we go into our first game of the day?
No, I mean they're kind of in my pile of teams that I want to see come off to a good start, because you know the likes of FaZe, Liquid, Navi, and them, they've proven to us time and time again that they have the capabilities of going out winning the first game, and they can go out and win all the games in the final day of the week. So to me, it's the teams that are coming in as kind of the rogue teams. While we know Brexco, we know Chris, we know them individually, I still don't feel like and probably also some of the teams know Shift W enough to always know exactly what they're up to in a given game. And I feel like Shift W needs to try to abuse that, like utilize the fact that teams don't know exactly where they have them, and use that to their advantage here in the first couple of games before they start figuring them out.
And also at home for PCS2, don't forget that whilst yes, you could be voting in-game in terms of your pick'ems, etc. and stuff like that, but also if you are watching on Twitch, you can actually also earn yourself some extra esports points. So that's exciting. So keep watching, and then you'll be able to accumulate some. I actually already got some by watching Asia. So I was very happy with that, I'm going to be honest. Martin, have you got any extra little points on the way so far?
Yeah, but I need the coupons as well, because I feel like it's for last time, like it is hard, and you, of course you can just buy more coupons, but I want to keep watching, and I think I'm gonna have the stream open in the background to make sure I get that extra coupon, because I feel like there's so much depth to all our regions, and I don't think 6, 7, or 8 coupons is gonna be enough for this time around.
No, probably not. I mean, I think I've spent I've spent about 7 or 8 in total, which, you know, you got to do what you got to do sometimes. It's not so easy in some of these regions, especially what Asia's thrown at us, North America has thrown at us as well, with the results so far. And, of course, whilst all that is going on, every single region has basically been able to accrue an extra $60,000 worth of prize money, which is no small feat at all. So thank you very much for everybody's contributions out there in PCS2 land for PUBG Esports. It's been fantastic so far, and it's about to get even more fantastic as we're now heading into our first game here of PCS2 EU Grand Finals. We're going to Miramar, and we have Sims and Hypoc here, ready to bring the hype. Let's go.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, indeed, a different person alongside me this time. We welcome Hypoc, the UK boy working within Europe. I want to say, Mike, how you doing? How you feeling, fella? Because I know you've been casting NA last night, so the time zone I'm hoping it hasn't got to you too much.
It's absolutely fantastic to be sat on the mic here, and the sun is still up. That's a really great feeling. Absolute honor to be joining you today, which obviously I'm going to sink my teeth into some EU PUBG for a change.
Yeah, you get to see all the good players play now, mate. It'll be a bit of a change from you over in North America, but we'll touch on that one a little bit later on. No doubt we're getting some grief from Poro in the backlines. But either way, $200,000 on the line. No matter which way you cut it, this is going to be a cutthroat lobby with some of the best teams in the world going head-to-head. And so far throughout the competition, we've seen a couple of ups and downs. I think when we look on the upside, Navi, 4 wins back-to-back is... and when I actually watched it back, I don't think I give it as much credit as what it needed, because that is just to win 4 games in a row like that, where 3 of them have double-digit kill factors. Is a phenomenal feat by any means, right?
Absolutely is, and to be honest with you, I was a little bit heartbroken, to be honest with you, because that effort, it's a shame they couldn't clinch it. Obviously, it was a 12-point deficit at the end of it to FaZe, but absolutely phenomenal effort from them. It was a fantastic day of PUBG to watch.
And then we look on the other end of the stick, and don't get me wrong, 10th is still a decent place to be going on, but TSM having a bit of a rough time qualifying for this, especially when you're coming off the back of you've won an event towards the start of the year in the form of DreamHack, you then win the first major, which is PCS1. It's harsh to say they struggle to qualify, but some of the kill games and even some of just the points in general, I think there was 6 points across one day or something ridiculous like that. It's not a standard to what we hold TSM towards.
No. And I think it's absolutely right to say that we hold them to that high standard, because they've kind of set that up for themselves, right? That's it's fair to judge them to that, because on paper, absolutely insane team, and time again in game, we've seen them pop off and we've seen what they're capable of. So definitely a shame, but you can't really take anything away from them. They clutched up on the last day. There was mountains to climb, and they achieved it. So leave that in the past. Obviously, coming to grand finals now, clean slate. I'm hoping they can turn that around.
They did have, I think it was a 10th place finish in one of the events that they were playing in last night. So again, still matching up on that 10th place bracket. Maybe not what they wanted exactly coming into this, but still, it's the highs and the lows, and I kind of touched on it during the broadcast. Like we've seen TSM at the highest of the high, which is exactly what we saw ENCE back at the start of when Pro League all kicked off. How they came in, they absolutely dominated, completely dumpstered every single other team within the European League. Then we went to our first major towards London, and they didn't even make it out of groups. Like there's that high and low factor. Going from winning a major to barely qualifying is a little bit blunt and a little bit, brutally, probably not fair, but still struggling to at least get up in the higher echelons. I'm intrigued to see how the mental factor of these boys is going to come into. Have they just kind of shrug it off? Do they play the game now? There was teams that were kind of being a bit of a nuisance. I know certainly between some other teams, there's no love loss, where they're just, losing Ira early. There was so many games, time and time again, where we just didn't see him even get to rotate because he was already dead.
Yeah, and a player like him is obviously a high-impact player. I think Gustav might actually get himself a little camp kill here with the two-seater. Go for the upgrade in terms of the vehicle with Batulins, and he's actually going to escape away with his life there. A rare miss from Gustav. You got to think that was as close to a freebie as you can imagine, Rich.
Yeah, when you're going to be camping it out like that, you're prepared to take the kill. You're prepared for them to turn up. I'm surprised, especially given the fact that you've got the barrel on the back. And we know how much this gun hurts. We know that it's pretty much meta across the world, and everyone's picked it up and put it to good use. To remove a player like Batulins, not only from Northern Lights as a roster, but him as an individual, if he could have taken him out early, yes, it's a point in the back, great. But a FaZe clan, it's also doing damage to what is potentially one of your closest enemies at the top of the board.
Yeah, I mean, Batulin's in the deep, obviously top 3 from the group stages in terms of kills overall, and again, just always such high impact players. And obviously, it plays to FaZe's strength. Obviously, that area, the map, that kill would have come through. It's a team rotating in. It's weakening somebody on the way in. You have information for later down the line. So, it's a shame to see that. But like I said, a rare miss from Gustav.
You touched on Batulins in the deep. Like at the moment, it's just while we touch on the Russians, I want to see what the Germans are up to, because that nade is in the doorway. Diggory on the stairwell preempting it, which is fine. You can sit back and just avoid some of these nades when they do come a-bouncing. Rexco and Chris have certainly been doing well. It's nice to see Shift W actually making it towards the grand finals. I don't want to say it's a makeshift roster, but certainly we didn't hear any loud noises from them over the past course of the last maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 months, trying different games out, doing different things. Omakan's going scouting to see if there's anyone within close proximity to them. If not, T-Bone clearly then has the info that there is a team lurking. Will do now. Shots have erupted on the opposing side. Vazku, is he going to dip on this? He is, absolutely. Back it up, get the hell out. T-Bone will get the call to run away. Maybe just a distraction point to allow T-Bone to rotate around and get out of line of sight. Smoke nades, he's only got one of them, so if he has to throw this, it'll be potentially a body loss, but it depends how aggressive ETG are feeling, because by putting themselves out and going for that one frag, you always have to look at what's around you. There's not a great deal of hard cover. Yes, they're up on the hillside, so they can kind of occlude themselves from vision, but in terms of hard cover, you don't have those rocks, you don't have those trees that you can kind of dip down and get behind, so the way up the cost, it's a nice position for now. It's not quite central of the circle, but when you look towards the water side, we know eventually we're going to be pulling away from the south.
Yeah, and actually, with the benefit of the picture-in-picture here, we've got Tornado Energy up on screen, but FaZe with an interesting spread across here, and Gustav actually up on the northern side of the split. You can see he's got a couple of the Tornado Energy players breathing down his neck. That could be an issue coming forward. Obviously, I understand why FaZe are doing it. They're playing a couple of different spots out here, trying to cover some ground, but got to be careful, because I hate seeing people have a central position like that and lose someone so early on in the game. Rich, obviously, it kind of weakens the strategy overall.
There's that fine line you have to toe if you're going to be splitting it quite heavily. I mean, Northern Lights are doing exactly the same.
It's winter bail from it.
Yeah. And I think some of those, it comes from the veterancy, and sometimes even the balls, just to be able to, some get a little bit greedy and just stand their ground and say, no, I can take this fight, and then just don't get getting battered as the compound gets breached. But yeah, it can throw it into the wind, especially if a team does just rock up and take a priority from you, then you lose a man so early on. That's what I think is the essential with in the qualifiers for this at the start. Batulins, Again, you will see everyone tending to rock their 7.62 gun just because of how damn powerful it is. Made some
Well, this is
noise
the
and
thing,
be able to take a look.
I was just about to say the benefit is obviously Gustav is solo there in terms of the split, but Tornado Energy themselves are split across west and east side of the road. And we see here obviously Melman coming up to scout here. I don't think they're fully interested in pressuring Gustav. They have control of the brickyard of the side of Ladriera, so that is kind of a benefit to FaZe. Obviously Gustav doesn't necessarily know that information, but I don't think they're going to be scouting south on his side of the road, at least for the time being.
This is why everyone will kind of set up on the spine of the mountainside that does run parallel between the two roads. We've seen quite a few endings there, and the top side of it is pretty much what all of Northern Lights are controlling. They can just peacock people away from them. Even as a solo player, you can just keep people at arm's distance and then regroup yourself. So should the circle be favorable to them, but again, with them having a player, go on then. What's the downside to that?
This is the problem. Now that Tornado Energy have had a little bit of pressure on the other side of the road, they might come back to regroup here at Ladriera and try and look south. That's when it could become problematic for Gustav. Examples looking for something. I guess maybe Melman's lost a tire or something. With that shift now, going to expect obviously the regroup from FaZe at least to the high ground. But Gustav's still got to be careful because if they get onto that hill on the north side of the church, it's going to be a problem for him.
Solid positions at the moment. FaZe Clan Liquid. Top side of the hill, bottom side low below the valley. Liquid holding the compound just towards the bottom. TSM do have a compound that they could regroup towards. Ira's in the middle, so provided he can stand his ground and no one else turns up at the wrong time and just batters him and removes him from that place. But the rest of TSM would have to be quick. There's also that opposite side of the coin where they could potentially lose players while they have to run what is going to be a death valley, essentially. Bad. Cover. Thankfully, Beamy's actually getting done at distance. Takes the free kill for himself and nails it. So that's a point in the back. Who else we're losing? Quizzy going down. Gustav. Well, he manages to at least get one Russian player, if not in it. Got the initial one off the start.
Yeah, he stands his ground, and then he's looking like he's going to bail out here. As I said, Tornado Energy have pulled south towards the church here, so Gustav got to be really careful because the sight lines from that high ground compound, the long building that the rest of FaZe are stacked up at, is going to be difficult to help him out. But also, actually, I won't get a four-man crush down. He's going to get on the two-seater. Is he going to be able to get out? He's stuck inside the concrete.
I mean, to be wandering around on a bike, especially when four people are knocking at your door, I don't know, maybe it was just trying to distract them. You can hold the angle, but with 40% HP is when it gets a little bit dicey, thankfully. Filu's also weak, doesn't check the corner. That's two.
Fex is putting in work from distance as well, though.
So that's a different knockout. That's a removal altogether. So now he moves this into a 1 versus 1. That is pretty damn good. And we did say that TSM could face resistance regrouping towards this compound, and honestly, they've tackled it head on. I'm pretty happy with that overall. Ira's getting tagged up by a member of FaZe Clan, so he needs to just force himself back, but it's because he doesn't know Noki's position. Now, Noki himself has already known, okay, well, I've lost a teammate to a player outside, so I have to be very aware of what goes on here, especially now he's so far disconnected from the rest of the roster. The revives are not possible. TSM will opt to just leave Ira behind.
Well, actually, this is the collapse onto the compound here, Rich. Miraku, Fex, and Vard all coming to back it up here. They're looking to take this one by the balls and close out the fight, to be honest with you. Clear the compound. Obviously, FaZe have good sight lines, but oh my god, Gustav. Gustav's still standing his ground against Tornado Energy. That's cheeky.
Number 2 in the back. Bard's cleared out Tundo. Melman goes down. You saw obviously slightly on the screen. My mistake. I actually thought the TSM were going the opposite way completely, but they do regroup. One of the kills was stolen, to be noted, by a member of Omakun. I did see in the kill feed from a player outside. I think it was Vazku. She created AWM is in play. The level 3 gear will be there, so you can kind of keep a watchful eye, maybe get a few pokes and a few peeks at distance, steal a kill away. Happily do it with that weapon altogether. Perfectix on the hillside, you can see with the SLR. Still completely split from the rest of the roster, but it gives them a good stepping stone if they want to move off the hillside to where the rest of the 3 players are in the north. You can see them. Navi late to the party as ever, but always explosive when they do finally get here. Liquid still bunkered down, nowhere to really move. And I tell you what, that's quite a rough circle. I did not expect to see it go towards Valdemar. That is an interesting one, to say the least. And unfortunately, that puts a lot of pressure on someone like Navi, being so late on the northern side.
Yeah.
where do you go at this point when you like raised your edge, Na'Vi? Everyone's just going to have every compound within sight.
I mean, Northern Lights have actually got a fantastic position to regroup at here. You can see them sending it south on the highway, but Na'Vi are going to have to kind of squeeze their way in on the west road. Actually, not able to get too much damage on the transitioning Team Liquid. Oh, other than that, AK headshot, actually, that was a nice connection there. Clib looking to get away with that one, but only 2 members getting tagged up. But they're going to try and get into Valdemar here, and there's a bit more pressure in from Ent. Rustenmar will find James. Diggory good for the flush, so Team Liquid are going to have to rethink. But again, not too much presence here over on this side of Valdemar, so they will be able to keep 3 alive in the long building.
They had the time to do it, but I like how Ents has gone to the opposing side of the road rather than sit inside Valdemar, because it becomes that much more harder to remove yourself from that position. Puzzface going down in the kill feed's an interesting one, clearly cooking a frag grenade as well, because that's his speed and it ends up killing him. Vascu right time to strike. Bides his time for all but a moment.
Okay.
Almost. I mean, that's cheeky to try and hit the deck. Go on, finish him off with the snap. Bit of BM, I'm all for it, but he needs to be careful of the player that is lingering to the left-hand side, because the rest of Blaze, maybe they want to refrag onto this.
I think Vasco's assuming that the rest of Blaze have crashed into the compound, but there is a lurking Lipsin elsewhere, and actually jumping back on board with Ibby here. He's got Shift W knocking on the door, and still pressuring Team Liquid here. They just want to spread out, get control of a couple of different buildings so they're not committed to, I guess, turtle up. But Na'Vi, again, I mean, you've already said it, Rich, that having to scout into the circle whilst obviously the circle is moving itself, and it just becomes such a problem, especially in this area of the map. There's so much open space, that the roads are so easy to camp on either side with these high ground positions. Actually, Bestalok trying to get some damage on the way in. And actually, TSM, again, at this compound now have Razor Edge pulling up on them. Noki's still alive on the other side as well, so he could be a factor in this as well.
Yeah, if they decide to run that right-hand side for Razor Edge to pressure this, then Noki could get a knock or even just a fair amount of damage into him, which would allow TSM to try and capitalize on this. I like the smokes they're putting up, deny an entry. Bard's already there, you can see him cycling the mollies, maybe try and put them down within the smoke. I saw a win streak over here for quite some time, and I understand why they want to try and stand their ground and take this fight. Yes, they are disconnected onto 2-2, but we'll hold for a moment because all of a sudden we see the breach come through. Vard, Miraku onto Razor Edge, 2 of them removed instantly. Put down, dusted, dead. There is at least a response and an answer coming out of the side of Razor Edge, but unfortunately,
good trade. It's
going to be an absolute no-go. 16th place will be on their tombstone. And for TSM, how many they've only lost 1 so far. That is quite a strong hold coming out of them.
It is, yeah. Miraku unfortunately falling there. Vard not able to trade that kill quick enough, but obviously well, I guess I'd say no real surprises that it's pulled back to the north, but Na'Vi kind of getting blessed with their late rotation in, but they do still have a lot of pressure over on that side. You can see the Wanderer and Offstring still holding down the edge here. Bestalok's still tied up in this. A bit of split focus from Na'Vi. I'm not gonna lie, it's weird to see them not really commit to clearing their edge here.
Flashbang to me. It's answered with a headshot. More players and players going down. I mean, thankfully no one's behind him, right? Otherwise that would have been an easy kill. Itzy's coming in with the N249. At least his teammate is out the side of the car. What is this? Some kind of movie just hanging out the side of it. The tire's gone, the car has spun. Gustav 50% HP, and unfortunately will be turning up to Batulins. The revenge could be sweet here. Can he also get away with his life? He's off the back of the side. Needs to be careful of IW as well. Remember that AWM still lingering in the distance. Uber's gone down. He was the #1 fragger throughout the qualifiers as Icy just hits the deck and opens up. Bullets are flying. All these teams smashing headlong into one another. Gustav's gone. She created finally puts him down. That's the AWM doing work, but Tulins at least gets the trade-off. ETG also getting involved, who will commit his life. How in the world FaZe Clan managed to survive at least by 2 of them is beyond me, but outside of the smoke with nowhere really to run, I hope they've got more utility in the bag, because if they haven't, that should be them dead.
I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate there with, I guess, the distraction of a flying Morado coming up to the shack that Gustav lost his life. But I think it was from distance there. Northern Lights heavily pressuring both teams on the way in there, and the res does come out for FaZe, but I mean, we can see what they got to work with now.
Pesto's off on his own, and as we've seen many a time throughout this competition, he can handle it, and it's totally fine. And I get why WS has been watching Na'Vi for so damn long. If there anyone who were going to hit a shot with a Kar 98, it was always going to be Vasco. So Blaze go down and remove themselves in 15th position. Noki, the last man standing earlier on from TSM's battle. Well, unless he's already been seen by example. It's a nice little headshot for now to make him a little bit quiet. That's a nice jump. Do they know he's here? Yes, they will do now as the footsteps come in. Have a quick peek around there, and you should be able to get this Iris pressuring from the opposing side. So I like this pincer.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. Vard actually going to land the headshot to put deep on the deck. And the rest of TSM now, obviously only 3-man strong, but still putting work in now. Spyro just going to have to hop in the Bronco and bail. But there's a lot of eyes this direction. And actually he's headed straight towards the waiting arm to face. Potentially, actually, no, going to drift it a little bit downhill. But, I mean, he's got nowhere to go. If he makes it down this road, I'll be very surprised.
You have the added benefit of a car up there being on this patch. You know, there's a bit more survivability to it once you are on fire. You can at least pack it up and get somewhere. But like, where do you really go at this point? One good nade should just solidify it, or even a molly to the left-hand side if he gets it in that little.
Oh, did that just get shot out of the air?
It looked like it. I mean, it went so damn quick, but it looked like it got shot out the air to me. If that's 3 molly they've committed to the cause, try and do him in, and he's not having none of it. Come on, just put a net to his feet, boys. It should be an easy one. Circle has updated. You can see IW are just heading in to try and lock this one down. Jort says hello. Thank you very much. Etiquette will take the 3 points. TSM is on 10 kills. Excuse me? What? Okay, this is a night and day scenario. They've already got more points in one game than what they kind of did in the first few matches of the qualifiers. This is looking solid from them. We'll see if they tow it up with a high placement game as well. Nope, he's finally died. Well, let's kind of take stock of how things have settled down. Tornado Energy Na'Vi going to be at the doorstep of one another. They can take the hillside and maybe pull themselves in. No one outside of the circle towards Valdemar Bazoka.
Oh, this shack just keeps getting crashed, and actually 2 of them will fall. The 3rd will fall as well. Okay.
Good lord.
They're like the 6th team to crash this shack now, but again, this is how this one goes with the way the high ground works. Obviously, the terrain is very difficult to get uphill with any vehicles towards the late game. So unless you're in a position like Na'Vi or IW, I mean, now another team again just gonna have to find something. Secret will finally find Spyro, but TSM don't quite face there. Uber will find Iro initially. The flush is good, but Bard will actually down his teammate. Fex will get run over in 8. He's there waiting with the M249 to clean that one up. TSM, impressive kill count, but they will go out in 10th, missing out on any placement points. I mean, good first game for them nonetheless. In terms of momentum, that's how you want to start the day, Rich.
Yeah, the circle was against them, so we can kind of give him that one. You saw how many teams had died going towards the shack. It was the shack that kept on giving, to be fair. The amount of times that you would just tell, oh, that is a blinder of an age. Straight in the face, Aliad goes down. The follow-up will do a fair amount of damage, and given the position where all the other teams are, FaZe are going to be... I was going to say FaZe could maybe try and swing around them, but I did not anticipate Na'Vi getting so aggro over the side of the hillside. So the line of sight will be there for them to kind of deny it. Example is holding on by a mere breath, so that one nade, they find its target even somewhere close. Oh, well, I'm surprised you're alive, my friend. It's time to run, and it's time to die.
FaZe still, I guess really now, the fact that they obviously kept their heads down on that rock for so long, they became kind of the defensive line for anybody coming in from the east side or the north side. So putting some kills on the board, and obviously now they're in placement point territory. It's, I mean, a good effort from the 2 remaining members, to be honest with you.
Senya, first one to fall. Offstream sees him at a fair distance. That's actually outside of the white safety net. That's on the top side of the compound that they're holding. Ember's the closest one towards Na'Vi. Hoping he can capitalize on maybe a knock. Go for a little push. I can see him staring towards Senya's position. If another one goes for it, maybe we see something happen in the kill feed. That's a banger of a nade. Ibi preempting the move from Chris. Try and take the car, but he might not realize they're tucked up inside of underneath the bridge, just on the hillside. Ibby is questioning this one. 3 times on the M4. Still should do the job. Initial.
Be careful with
Teammate swing to this from up high. Been spotted.
That's a dirty
Really,
spot.
I
The
don't think
Molotov could be
it's-
fantastic, though. I think it's caught him. No, it hasn't.
As that happens, you hear the big bang go off. She created onto clip. It's a face full and does go down. Ilyak is very... Oh, it's a steal as well. That's just been there the right place at the right time, unfortunately. Ibby, with all the work to do, has to eventually come outside of the blue. This just pays off. It's currently money for the side of Shift W. Ibby, nothing else he can really do. Bows out to the blue. I'm fine for that, rather than giving Shift W another point. You have to read the situation. And still, they've been here for quite some time towards this compound. They're only going to cross the road. Placement up high into the top 10. 4 players alive as well. I'll be extremely happy with this circle. There'll be a fair amount of work to do once it does shift away from them, given that there's not the world's biggest amount of hard cover directly in front of them, but still, 4-man stack against a lot of broken teams. Bystanders know that FaZe Clan is lurking in front of them. They've been gifted so many frags so far by holding that shack. Flammy just farming away. Got his rake out, just picking up people as they come by. To be fair, I'm actually quite surprised FaZe managed to survive this long. Like, all they had was that rock to work with, right?
I mean, it was only really the later end of Circle 4 that Na'Vi were able to take full control of the high ground. Also, they do still have... I mean, that circle actually is fantastic for FaZe, to be honest with you. Na'Vi have to come down off the high ground. Obviously, WS are going to have to make moves east at some point, and the Wildcats are there to defend that. So FaZe could find themselves a little prone spot. And I mean, obviously, the fight onto Bystanders is going to be difficult, because it's a little bit of an uphill... push for them, but I mean, if they bide their time here, they could easily make it into top 3.
That thing sounds so good when it just goes off. Just hit it ringing from a distance across the map. It's like, right, get your head down. No level 3 is going to be saving me at this point. Ents are going to be extremely happy with that. I could be wrong, but I think they've had 2 compounds this entire game, and they've all been inside the circle.
Yeah.
Smokes
well, they were
go
originally
down
on the north side of Valdemar, right? They were the ones pressuring Liquid on the way in.
Big sniper fan. I want to see more action. Win streak Wanderer. He is pressured. Has to watch his footstep as well, because if he slips the damage, even touches the blue, whether it's a fall damage or whether it's blue damage, it will kill him. You can see the meds are coming off. Senya runs over orange. That's a mistake. Oh, so close with the circle as well.
And they're all going to be taking blue damage as well. Wanderer's going to come up here. Oh, actually, it's the Wildcats that are going to put Wanderer down. But all of Na'Vi are going to be very low HP coming in here in this vehicle transition. They're going to be able to get down, but actually, Bestelok going to get knocked out of the Bronco as it spins out. Tab and Senya going to be able to reset temporarily, but no, Maxes are going to come over the top.
Good God.
And that will be Na'Vi falling in 7th place. That was just a series of poor timings, to be honest with you.
Yeah, misfortunes in abundance, unfortunately. Will send Na'Vi going out. They had 4 players, and all of a sudden they've been eliminated by 3 different rosters. I did see she created in the kill feed with the Grozer as well, so that boy's got 2 crate guns on him, so he's going to be level 3'd out of his skull. The Terminator has arrived on the map. He's down for now, and unfortunately, as I'm talking about this, it's Curse of the Caster, because of course he's outside of the blue, and he is now going to be dead. I don't think anyone's actually taken him down. No, it was the blue indeed, so whether there was damage onto that, which then forced him out, won't be a point going towards anybody. Ents still just watching all of these battles unfold as the circle once again is favourable to them, and it's this shack. If bystanders still hold this, like, it's just been such a gifted shack to them.
And Uber, unfortunately, now catching some utility here. The last man standing. I think if he can survive another circle, it'll be a fantastic effort. Actually, Rupture going to get picked off on the side of the hill there. Tixu actually going to steal that one at distance. So Ents now actively scanning across to try and third-party anything they can, trying to look for some angles. Finally, the time has come to flex out the compound a little bit off string. Some shots back towards Wildcats, but Again,
Is
this
that
is
the
just
call
so
that Eng
difficult
should
for
be making?
anybody. Oh,
Is this
absolutely.
the call
absolutely.
that should be made, Mike? Where it's like, okay, we've got 4 players alive. Do we now just go try and hunt for frags and find broken teams to collect, basically?
I mean, they've had the benefit of being able to watch the kill feed. They should have absolutely the best information out of any of these teams now. Positions, numbers, obviously how many teams are still alive and who to push first. I mean, the plan for me obviously would be clear out phase now that you've taken out one of them, clear bystanders, take some control of the high ground, but I mean, it's going to be a difficult push uphill. I'm surprised really to see them not, oh, there you go, okay. I was going to say, I'm surprised to see them not pressuring WS a little more, but they do get the final kill there.
You don't want to go too far, I suppose, and then have the whole thing what you've been building broken away from you. You know, you got the safety net of the compound, you got 4 players up. Uber, the big bad man himself, through the smoke. By God, Flammy gets a faceful. Teammate comes in. I don't think that's a possible revive. So the kill does go the way of Uber. I don't even know how he managed to hit that. It's just Uber things as per. 3 teams alive. Wildcats with 2 bystanders with 1 Ents. All 4 players up. It's time to clean and sweep. All that information that they've been garnering and harnessing in the back. Jord will be throwing his nades down. Has to do a downhill runward. So with very little cover, yes, you'll have the smokes, but still you'll constantly be running away from that. So it depends how IW want to play this one. Should they play their cards right? Maybe they sneak a frag or 2 out of this. I mean, best case scenario for them, they get Jort, take 2nd place, get a kill point out of it as well, and then try and tackle Ents head on. Easier said than done when you hear all those bullets are ringing.
And now, I mean, they've had the benefit of being here this long as well. They're going to have a lot of utility to invest here towards the end game. And obviously only 2 members of the Wildcats. They got across the road. Well, come away from the road, I should say. There's a little bit of a ridge, but they have... Ooh, that's a fantastic headshot from Diggory. And now that's going to be the ghost signal for Rustenby. He's going to pull up right on top with the barrel. Going to close it out. It's a 7-kill win for Ents. And they bided their time, but... I mean, still getting over 5 kills. I mean, you talk about the compound curse getting gifted like that. The circle keeps going to you. Sometimes it's difficult to get anything going in terms of kill points, but really, really good stuff from them.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to complain. It was a little bit quiet towards the latter end and latter stages of the game, but still a 17 points is a nice way to kind of tick things off. It's scary to think that that's, I mean, on kills alone, we've seen TSM die outside of the top 10, but still had 10 frags, like double-digit points off kills alone, is a night and day scenario to what we saw coming through qualifiers. I don't want to take anything away from Ents, but we just, you know, we caught it in the kill feed that they're on a spree, and it's like, okay, they're smashing everybody's circle, was extremely unfavorable to them. They did go down, but still a cracking start for the Finnish boys. 17 points is a great way to start this grand finals. To break it all down, we'll throw it back to James and the Des team.
That's right. Thank you very much. Welcome back. We have our first win coming on in, and it is for Ents. A new logo, a new lease of life. They are raring to go here for our grand finals in EU. Martin, Toby joining me to break down our first game of Miramar. And actually, Toby, to get things going from the very beginning, it was all guns blazing. So many kills coming in for TSM, Omicron as well, but even no placement points off the back of it.
I mean, it was clear to see that some teams wanted to make a statement, and I liked how this came right off. I mean, not right after, because it's been a little while since the group stage ended, but when we had the interview with Dofus, and he said, we don't want to be the TSM that comes back in the end of the tournament. We want to be the TSM, we want to prove that we can be the TSM that also starts off strong. So while it didn't get placement points, 10 kills in the very first game, and that's the kind of statement I feel like you want to go out and set, because everyone knows TSM can get the placement points, but coming off this strong and aggressive early, that's good for them for sure.
And there's one big reason for that. There's one big reason for that as well. Yeah, I just wanted to take it away from you. You don't, you know. No, there's one big reason for that. That's obviously Entropic not being here. I mean, they've been a pain in the buttocks for them for a very long time, you know, and they've been putting them in a position where they had to worry about transitions, rotations, and macro, and now they can worry a little bit less about that because they have a bit more space. And I think we're gonna see a lot more great stuff from TSM. Honestly, they've been grinding and they've been fragging out, and starting like this is just proving a massive point for them, because this is a rough circle for them. They're not gonna be some of the first teams in there, so great to see them being able to frag out like this.
Speaking of frags, this shack, that's all I'm gonna say. Toby, what on earth?
just the magnet, you know. I mean, that's one of those spots where you go, okay, but obviously all the compounds are taken by now. We can't go into the city. What about that shack? No one should be there, right? And then everyone thinks that thought at the same time, and then all kinds of chaos breaks out. I mean, that was pretty entertaining. Also, I mean, when you're in an area of the map where you go, okay, we have very limited opportunities. When you see a third party within your reach and you have to make a rotation anyway, that's usually when, like, that's when you kind of make the call to go, okay, this is where you have a chance to actually do something and get a spot in the circle. And because no fight was clean, like every time you saw one team get eliminated in that shack, they would have lost either 1 or 2 players. Everyone thought, oh, well, that means that it's our chance to go. And then even though they go 4v2, they still lose 2. And then the next team comes, and the next team comes, and it was just that was a magnet for chaos for sure.
Rough terrain for a lot of these teams playing it towards the end, but Ents was playing kind of calm, patiently, and concisely here. Martin was able to round things out pretty cleanly for themselves.
Yeah, and considering how late they came into the circle, I mean, they were moving all the way in the east. They expected nobody to be on the east and the south, and they were able to just swoop all the way in and like literally chill inside the city in a very great spot, getting a few points here and there, and then positioning them very well for the late game here. 17 points for them, and I love their new logo.
Yeah, it's very pretty. It is very pretty indeed. That's 17 points coming in nicely. Istanbul Wildcats with 12 points, and Bystanders get themselves a lot of kills as well, thanks to the Shack. FaZe will take themselves a 4th place. But for TSM and Omicron, it's really not a disaster of a game, to be perfectly honest, Toby, when you look at the points that they were able to accrue.
No, by no means. I mean, again, we know they can go out and get the placement points. This would have been a game, and that's the thing, right? If you're going to get that 0 placement game, this could have been the game where they would have gone out without any points whatsoever, because they wouldn't have had the kills to back up the no placement. So the fact that they go out and get that many kills off of a no placement game, that is a really good start for them for sure.
And we have some of our top damage dealers coming in. Once again, She Created, damn, by being able to take that top spot. And considering, again, for Istanbul Wildcats, Martin, they're not necessarily one of the names on the tip of our tongue when we think, who is going to win this tournament? It's always She Created showing up for Istanbul Wildcats again and again and again.
Yeah, and he's another, like, the way he controls sprays and across all the guns, his shots, he's just able to put out damage. He's what they would call back in 2018, they would call him a turret. Like, the other guys have to enable him. That's exactly what they're doing. I gotta say though, damn, Best of Luck looks good. Like, he's been losing some weight. A new picture for this around that, not for the group stages, but the new picture for this one, he looks really good. Nice to see him putting in some time into that.
Yeah, very much so. He's inspired me. I should get back to the gym and get things going, because we're putting on a little bit of weight during quarantine, but it's fine. It's fine. We can get things going. Martin, how you do? You want to say something?
I don't want to throw any shade at you or anything. I mean, but I could say, like, the weight that I've lost, you've gained. But that's fine.
Wow. Thanks very much. I thought it was all in the hair, but there you go. That's how it's going to go down. We have, in a surprising way, we only have one more map of Miramar to go throughout the day, and then of course we'll be moving on to Erangel here, Toby. So going into our next game, there's not much that people can do in terms of full adaptations from one Miramar to the next here, considering there's only 2 per day, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, and it was a pretty straightforward plane, so you wouldn't really have gotten too much information in terms of, these teams must have done something extremely different. What would that be? I mean, everyone was pretty much given what they wanted to do pretty easily. I mean, yes, Ents did rotate over the island down south, like Prison Island, Los Hijos, and they get a win off it. That's amazing. But that wasn't because where they landed was hard to get to. It was just a circle being really far from where they did it on landing. So there wasn't really anything, I feel like, for the teams to go off of that should give them any crucial info for the game coming up. So hopefully for the players, it'll be a similar, pretty straightforward playing path. And then we'll see from there how things are going to fare.
It does also show, I think, from this game that a lot of teams can really hang and kind of challenge for that top spot. It's all about consistency. It's really going to pay off across multiple weeks of actual gameplay here, Martin. And when you look at teams like Bystanders being able to get the kills that they were able to get here, as well as Istanbul Wildcats, these are kind of wrenches in the works that not a lot of these teams at the very, very top necessarily want to have to deal with.
Yeah, but so we also have to consider it's been 7, 8, 9, 10 days of preparation, and it's not about being able to take away what you can from last game. Like, I think it should be a day-to-day thing, and the amount of time that they had coming into this event, the amount of time for preparation they have had, and the amount of time you can put into looking at the other teams, because we don't have any shifting lobbies. We're playing the same 16 teams here, so you really need to be able to prepare going into this, and that's what I think the most of the teams have been spent their off time off, basically.
And you at home can also do some preparation as well, because if you use the hashtag PCS2fan and prepare a little video, a short video, calling out your favorite team, using the team slogan or anything that you want to say about the team, you could potentially be featured on the broadcast as well. Do bear in mind, short video, not something that's, you know, Jason and the Argonauts long storytelling, but just something small, and you could potentially be on the broadcast. So we're going into our next Miramar here. Make sure to get those on to us on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and all that sort of stuff. All right, we're going to Miramar, second game of the tournament here. And so far, Ents looking strong with their first victory. Will they continue things on? Will Navi be able to bring it back after having to move down from the mountain? We're about to find out as we go back to the desert once again. We're going to have Sims and Hypoc take it away for game number 2. It's PCS2.
Thank you very much, James. And while, you know, Martin might be giving grief about weight and stuff, just ask him about that collar, all right? Just ask him what's going on with that collar, James. I'll back you up. It's not a problem. I got you. Ginger Brothers for life. Game 1 is over and done with, and I've got to say it was quite an explosive way to kick things off. Ents will be very happy with that start. Yeah, it's always nice when we see games like that where it's just kind of non-stop action. It can be a little bit chaotic. There's two sides where people sometimes like the pre-active and the reactive games, where it's the micro, the macro, that you look at all the different sides, the rotations, and it's quite calm and quite stable. But I think to kick off a grand finals, I've got to say, Mike, I'm all for smash and grab. I'm all for that kind of game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I said there, obviously there was an opportunity for Ents to push up here and really try and clean up some of the extra kill points, but no shame at all in taking the 7 they got. It's obviously you want to start the series off with a good buffer, a good cushion to obviously allow yourselves to flex into any other play style. Obviously, depending on how the games play out. Speaking of Ents, though, a bit of a switch up, and usually over towards Junkyard or eastern side of Leonis, but 2 down in Higos and Tixu and Squeaky down on the south side of the main island, and that circle actually looking pretty good for Ents' typical drop spot, to be honest with you, Rich. So maybe a bit of an audible call there, or they didn't want to drop for vehicles or stretch across, but that's something you hate to see when you make an audible call.
Circle were down here before, boys. We'll go again. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. This time it's all the way on the opposite end. Well, with Elazar, you've still got, I mean, even for Ents at this kind of stage in the game, if they're pretty quick off the drop, being so far in Higos, it does put them a little bit further than what they'll be comfortable with. But certainly, Perezo, Impala, you can run the main roads. You just have to hope and pray that no one's been reactive and actually setting up shop on those main roads, basically setting up an entrapment. We saw it just at the very start of the previous game, like Gustav almost caught Batulins off guard. It can definitely happen on the roadside, especially with these kind of circles where you have very limited amount of room to move. Like when you look towards the very south of this circle, for example, there's only really 2 priority roads you're going to be taking. Just given how many mountains there are, how many hills, the overall terrain can kind of be terrible, to be fair, especially when you're driving on the vehicles. On this one, it's extremely hard seeing vehicles flipping, seeing certain terrain that's just inaccessible when you're on your rotation. So the roads can be extremely deadly. With this circle, we have seen just where Elazar is and where Raise Your Edge have actually gone towards looting. You've got Junkyard through there that kind of runs towards from where Philo is. You have that zigzag area that we see. The open amount of terrain, the circle does like to tend to go there. And I would expect maybe Raise Your Edge get challenged early on for position here, would you say?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Again, Ents have the benefit of being the first ones out of the plane. So ultimately, you know, they're going to be able to loot up as long as they've got kind of access to some vehicles. You can always see Squeaky sending it down the south road. He's going to look to wrap east anyway. And I mean, really outside of Blaze, I mean, the Wildcats might try and head east past Impala, but I'd be surprised if anybody's in a position set up on that east road to camp the southern side of the circle. So they should be able to recover from it nonetheless. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that area around Minas and around the Oasis compound, just over towards the ridges you were just talking about, that's not really a high traffic area. When the circle goes here, it's usually pretty dead. There's a couple of teams that send it there early. They hold down what they've got, and then it just ends up being, you know, this slow approach from the other teams towards the edge.
some of those compounds become just so hard to breach that it's just not even worth using vehicles at that point as well. So you'll see teams just kind of hitting the windows with smokes. And look at this, we mentioned Raise Your Edge, their position. It's been noted by teams. Noki's on his own. Oh, are you going to pull up here? I mean, it'd be lucky because you don't really have a challenge just yet while Shiv's on the backside looking for players. So, yeah, first contact will be made. Maybe pinballed around, though, for Noki because look at how many members. Look at how spread. Oh, there's no way he stops here. Just keep going. Just find somewhere else. Raise Your Edge have got 3/4 of the bloody map here at this point with this spread. Just go find somewhere else. It's not a problem, but it could be a problem because especially for someone like Adepts, out of the I'm about to say,
well, they got problems on all
sides into the fire, but yeah. Thankfully, TSM didn't get here in time because if they were, they'd have actually rotated into them.
Yeah, 3 members of them managing to get back to the compound here. But ZTSM regrouping, Miracle and Fex coming up. But they've got to be careful about this flank. Actually, as the 4th member of Adepts is off to the north there. Var gets some good damage on the way in. No idea how Noki's still standing. Actually, Filu gonna have to be first point of contact here. As TSM actually send it in. Iroh going to crash onto the other side of the compound. They're absolutely swarming Adepts.
X goes down, but the off angle comes through. It's been answered. Durax and Filu do get 2. The instant response doesn't shake the corner. It comes down to Miraku. With 2 players down, TSM could have bitten off more than they can chew. 16th place. How many did they even pull out a point of that? Maybe 1?
No, I don't think they got a single kill confirmed off that.
No. That's so... I mean, I respect the aggression. I respect that at this point and this stage in the game, it's like, well, where else do we really want to go? You have a few options, but very little, so I understand the need and the warrant to try and do some damage. Maybe it would have panned out if they'd have managed to get the knock, because the damage that he did on the initial opener was phenomenal. Literally like half a HP left. If that knock could have come through, then maybe something happened, but unfortunately, they just got split up, and I mean, less than 5 minutes, they're already out of the lobby.
I mean, again, I'm with you. I respect it. Oh, actually, as I say that now, Liquid actually going to crash onto Raise Your Edge. Funky nearly catching the front end of the Volko. But he's got all 3 members coming up on top of him. Clip will find the knock. Jean's there to flush it out, and Raise Your Edge is split across the junkyard area, getting punished very early on here with the 4-man crash from Liquid right on his doorstep.
That's a bit of a fluff from Monkey, in my opinion. Like, he should have been... I don't know his position before that, but, like, to not take Clib down, to allow him to overpeak and kill him. I mean, it speaks volumes about Clib. He's such an individual god, you know, coming into this long throughout the qualifiers. He's our top damage. Not the top killer, but in damage done. He's at the top of the leaderboards when it comes to all of that across all of the qualifiers combined. He's just a freak of a Danish player. Such a great addition to this Liquid roster. They are one of the teams that we've said, I mean, all these teams, you can say, all 16 of them are in contention for that top spot, but certainly we have a few big names. We have a few big heavy hitters that we expect to see up there. Liquid, FaZe, Navi, Northern Lights, just to mention a few. TSM, saving grace is that they picked up, they're actually already in double-digit figures. They won't garner anything from this match, but still it might not have that big of a knock-on effect, depending how the lower side of the board does. And do make it up at least cleanly. That is a benefit, I suppose. But there is a team hot on the heels, Hypoc, and it's whether or not they decide to turn and maybe set up shop and try and wait out some sort of encampment for Omicron and other teams that want to come down from the south.
Yeah, like I said, actually, I'm surprised to see as many stacked over to the east as I did. Maybe a couple more teams than I anticipated opting for that south wrap into the circle, but Omicron being one of them, they're kind of trailing Ents down the East Coast road, but meanwhile, actually, had to getting an opener onto Blaze here. Lars are going to fall on the inside of the saloon. Actually, had to get looking like they want to get a little bit aggressive here. Maybe just try and confirm out this kill point. The Wildcat sending shots from a distance. Actually, here comes the crash. Marco and Forever going to crash right up onto the side of the building. The nades are primed. It's going to go in the window. And he could get the re-knock there if it goes off. Oh, it went down the stairs. Lars is going to get the med kit off now, and they're going to be able to try and defend this.
I'm not too impartial to an AKM, but for scenarios like this, I mean, there's one down low and there's one up high with the AKMs up close and personal. It's such a nasty weapon. It hits like an absolute hammer. So if you can bottleneck them on the stairs, the arms are up in the air because the flashbangs have been made real. You do have smoke downstairs as well, so vision will be limited from absolutely nowhere. The top rope, Apocalypse comes in. Hugh's down, Lipson solidifies him. So all of a sudden, that pressure that has been built by ETG, players get a lifeline.
Yeah, I mean, they've stayed alive long enough now for Apocalypse and Lipson to come and back up, but Marco making it into the ground floor with a teammate. They're not out of the woods just yet. The pressure coming in from outside now from the rest of the Blaze members, but Etiquette now have kind of got themselves in a bit of a weird situation. They're stuck on the ground floor here, Rich, and the sight lines are just so bad upstairs here. The smoke cover keeping Rip and Lazar alive. Are we going to see the full collapse on to clean them up?
I mean, for Lazar, he doesn't have a helmet as well. It depends what his teammate Apocalypse and Lipson actually do. They'll commit their lethal utility, maybe try and find even some kind of damage just to apply a bit more pressure. Throw them out of place for all but a moment. Even the smokes still continue to go up. It's a lot of utility that's been committed to the cause, but we know how powerful this compound can be should the circle be favorable to it.
Yeah, as we were saying,
it also allows people to...
Sorry, go on.
I'm going to say, with the smokes as well, it allows ETG maybe downstairs to move. I know you're hidden under the cover of the smokes, but with how many's been there, you also don't have that audible signal, being able to hear where players are going to be moving for.
Yeah.
Am I actually seeing... Has Lazar gone out the window? Yes, he has. That's a bit sneaky.
This is going to be a fantastic recovery here if they're able to just regroup on the outside. I mean, you can see them debating whether or not to clean this up, but I like the decision here. I was just about to say, this saloon and Oasis just off to the west side along the road. Two very, very strong compounds in this circle. I actually like Blazer's decision-making there to pull out and prioritize holding elsewhere. Meanwhile, we've got Tornado Energy Adepts' problems just never ending in this game too. Now they are going to get the res off here, but Tornado Energy look like they want to clean these two players up.
Alia's damage done far across the roadside. It also gives the information for the team to where they're going to be rating to. Maybe or not they can actually put this together and make something of it. But they need their other two players to start collapsing, and they need to now. Otherwise, they'll just be kept away. Noki, lo and behold, once again, is the last man standing. He just evacuates this one. Whether or not he can get a smoke up onto Filu, I do not know. Melman been down but not out is a small glimmer of hope. Speaking of glimmer, Northern Lights could be shining brightly here. Batulin's up on the hillside, keeping a watchful eye on what Team Liquid will be doing. All three players together as a unit. They rotate toward the backside. They'll take the billboard area and actually use cover of the wall. Maybe they... I wonder if they take this wall, given the circle. They won't want to go too far. This is hard cover that they absolutely need. Leave the bus, the deep. You don't want that. Just leave it. No, nobody wants the bus.
I expect Noki. I was going to say, I expect Noki to just try and find something here. There's a couple of shacks, obviously, just to the north side of the junkyard, but Northern Lights actually looking to reposition altogether and kind of backfilling Clib as he's like, yeah, that's fine. I'll trade this out to regroup with the rest of my team, and Team Liquid will hold strong onto the actual junkyard. But meanwhile, Oasis, I guess FaZe backfilled this here, but Gustav and HC looking out right on top of Apocalypse here. And maybe Blaze coming out to bail their teammates from the saloon. Could have given FaZe a fantastic opportunity here.
And what's more dangerous about this situation is that no one is behind FaZe. Fuzzface is sat back so he can just watch all of the road, and for any stragglers that come out of Minas Generalis, should there be any, there is zero pressure from behind. All FaZe have to do is hold W and look forward. There is, I mean, even to be fair, if we split the map down the middle, 50% of it, Fuzzface is the only person who's on the western side of the circle. And that's given the fact that you have the three peaks that are behind Minas Generalis. Again, it's inaccessible terrain, so we're going to expect that circle to be pulling away from it. maybe even, well, it should push out Minas Generalis. It's very rare we get an ending, and it's more so when it's on towards the northern edge of a circle. It will push up towards it, but it's going to pull away from that eventually. Liquid is in such a priority position. Same goes for Northern Lights. They just want to hold this one down and do whatever they can and see how far they can take this circle. Phase themselves. They can find Apocalypse, which I assume they have some kind of information. That's why they all just hit the deck and hit the wall side to maybe try and find it. But Blaze are totally split across the map here, playing for survivability. Maybe just even going for the insurance policy. Kemba goes down. That's ends. Let me take a look at the map and see exactly where that's going to be. Where are they shooting from? Okay, both outside of the circle. Ends will have a compound. Kemba's gone down in open water. Maxi's still outside towards the blue, unfortunately, and Navi are in a mirror image towards Ends. But Ends are going to have problems with the roam. He's going to be Shift W behind them, but as we've seen, the knock-on effect that may come through, Ends can now push into them. However, Chris is waiting with a watchful eye as ever. The big man's going to take down Tixu, and he's going to confirm the kill.
Yeah, getting kind of pinched out here, but we're going to find Chris on the way in.
It's a bit of a good time for Ends to try and make the run. I mean, one, you've got the blue, but if they'd have been a bit quicker, if they could have pushed on that knock that did come out from Navi on the opposing side, you know that you're at a man advantage, and maybe you can then take the fight head on, but it's really hard when you've got to run open ground, and SW's got these rocks they can play hardball off the back of. Very quick rotate, but it's been answered instantly. Besto goes down at distance from Marco. Marco is a phenomenal player and has done wonders in this lobby so far. Or in this lobby, in this competition. That is a cheeky bob and weave, duck and dive, whatever happens. Rustin Mars dead, and Ends. They go from 0 to 0. 15th place off the back of a first place finish. It is what it is when it comes to PUBG, and we see that more often than not, where a team just does an absolute blinder. Unless you're Navi, of course, and just decide to win 4 back-to-back, then hell, crack on.
Meanwhile, actually, I'm going to keep my eye on Omicron down on the southeast side, because they're able to spread quite far here. Obviously, they will be the ones with good access to the ridges, but Adept's okay. Adept's final member, Noki, actually getting 2 kill points delivered on top of him here. Rupture going to try and come in and trade this out, but actually Noki's good for the 3rd as well. He's going to take down Rupture. The wildcards fall in 14th place, and the solo effort from Noki continues.
That is disgusting. I mean, it's 2 kind of gifted kills. One on the back of the bike, he just murders them. But to lay down, like, people underestimate, you have so much more cover because you limit how much of your body can be seen when you lay down. Don't get me wrong, your accuracy is going to increase, but still, you can't move left or right, otherwise your gun gets put away, or excuse me, backwards or forwards. It will just get put away instantly. So there is a slight element of luck to seeing that player line up. He lines it up, he knocks him down, and that 3 players, 3 points simultaneously back to back, and he jumps up. There'll be no placement points just yet. Now it's still outside of the top 10. Quick shot
Navi
from
actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Navi pulling up here could be problematic for the Shift W boys. You know, it's a bit of a clown fiesta over on the east side. There's a lot of teams trying to squeeze in after the hard shift, but an awful lot of space for anybody really over on this side.
I suppose Navi have actually magnetized towards this position, given the fact that they know they've been reading the land. They had a very small elevation towards the north, and they can see where Liquid, they can see where Northern Lights are. You have at least a bit more information than what you would have normally if you were down towards the south. But they do opt to come this way, given how many teams are already going to be set up shop waiting for them inside these compounds. There's a quick peek at the triple kill we just saw in the previous one. Tornado Energy. Ali is trying to distract Team Liquid, but unfortunately, Ibby's having absolutely none of it. Mexi up top as well. Simultaneously, they pincer Tornado Energy on the push. James has gone down from Batulin's at range, and now Mexi is left just to wander and do what the hell he wants. He will have to clear those players out, giving away his position, which he does. Execution comes in on Melman and Quizzy. An example just says, well, we've got a couple of vehicles. Let's kind of play with what we want because we've lost that fight altogether.
But again, I love the move from Liquid there. Mexi going up to kind of playing anchor, but also pinching the crash onto the backside of the hangar there. Oh.
What?
I mean, the tap steals it away, but what a fantastic pluck from Uber there at distance. Vascu trying to find something with the M4 onto Zoka here. We'll land the headshot, and that'll be Shift W out in 12th place. But that shot from Uber, that was from distance as well. Look where the knock was from, Rich.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Well, if there's anyone who can, it's Uber. The man is just a monster. There's no other way to describe it. Like one of the best players that we've seen over the last few years, just come up through the ranks, land himself straight onto Navi, then on FaZe, and honestly, he's a freak. He's an absolute freak of nature and one of the best Russian players, if not best players, we've seen globally. Which kind of speaks volumes about Russia as a whole. I mean, the top 4 players coming into this one. Even I think it was a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 were CIS players in the top fraggers from the qualifiers onto this. It's just ridiculous. We're seeing so many Ukrainian and Russian players just at the top upper echelons of PUBG. The skill that they have, only just by both gun skill and map knowledge, is just so ridiculous. Gustav comes in with the AWM. Ibby unfortunately will go down. Itzy cleans it up, so they continue this one. But those nades are not coming from FaZe Clan. Those nades are coming from Navi, and this is, excuse me, Tornado Energy. Tornado Energy had to set up shop here, given that they lost 2 players to Team Liquid earlier on.
Oh! Jeeves actually trying to ghost ride it in, but Jork gonna find him there. I respect the play. That's a James play if ever I've seen one. I absolutely love to see it. Fuzzface will find Mexi at distance. That just leaves Clib of the last hope for Team Liquid here in game 2. Gonna try and get something done in the smoke cover here. 2 members of Tornado Energy defending this side of the ridge, and actually one prone inside the smoke, just tracking with the audio cues here. Actually, Clib made it past him here. This could be problematic for Clib. I was going to say, Example will find him, but actually over the backside, a Uzi comes, and he will knock Example, and that leaves one member of Tornado Energy left. He's going to try and get a nade over the top here, and Razor Edge actually getting third-partied from Etigat. Oh, look at that damage coming in, Rich. Oh, forever going to finish off Tornado Energy in the meantime.
Yeah, it's just raining bullets, and unfortunately, the northern side of the circle has just become a shooting gallery. ETG. They bided their time at the start. That's all the action that went down. They found themselves here now. Omicron will be the 4th party, I want to say, not 3rd party, just getting involved in this fight. It's a full-blown domino effect at this moment in time, where one team just hears another and folds into it, and they're basically wrapping around the side. Blaze in the middle of all of this, so it could be quite unfortunate for them. Should Omicron get a little bit more aggro? Vasco's sitting back. Page is actually on the opposing side of the map, by the way. There's only 2 players from Omicron that can take this front and center. Spyro does get spotted. AKM comes out, kicks like a mule, but at least gets the kill nevertheless. You've got to finish that one! That is absolutely diabolical. What a turn. Straight uphill, puts him down. There will be a res come through, but what? If that was like a clutch, for example, what a way to turn and face that. Good God.
With the AK as well. We expect that from the barrel, but he managed to get the reload off, unprone, then crouch again and reset for the knock onto deep. Fantastic work from him, but he will fall. And Blaze and Etiquette, the 2 teams that shared the saloon at one point in this, still alive, still holding down the east side of the circle. And I mean, I said it earlier, Omicron was gifted the ability to spread, and they've absolutely done that. And you can see the kill feed lighting up in favor of Omicron now. Absolutely heads up play from them. And this is similar to the situation last game with Ents. They're pushing up. They're trying to contest the high ground here. The circle shift is a little bit different, but they're absolutely making the right decisions here, Rich.
Yeah, they're holding on for dear life. I just feel sorry for them that everything they do is going to be tracked and traced by Omicron. I mean, look at how much of a spread they have. You've got Vasco smack bang in the middle of the circle. You've got Page down towards the south on the edge of the circle watching come through. And then you've got Jempty and T-Bone hand in hand, simultaneously just mopping up any players they find. Noki finally does go down. The solo snake's been alive for quite some time, so at least gets his team up into single digits. He'll be able to get a few points off the back of that. It's better than nothing. Toolins has to hit the first aid. If not, the medkit, we'll see. Comes through. Puts him up to 75%, so eventually we'll see the stims being used to try and top him off, but unfortunately can't really do too much at the moment. 8C is pressured from distance. T-Bone does have a line of sight, so that gives Toolins and Co a small amount of breathing room, because you've got Omicron in the back and then FaZe Clan breathing down your neck at the front. Notice 8C, he's cooked that. That's in. Kobe, up and over. It's a fair amount of damage, but it's not a knock.
He's got a couple of mollies to follow up on it as well. First one going to spread just on the backside. Is that one caught? It has caught indeed. And actually, the Northern Lights boys are going to burn. Vasco actually going to pick up the knock on that one. So 80 will get both of those kills stolen away from him, actually. Homer can just clean in house here.
It's very rare you see a team going on such a 2-2 split, such a wide split at this stage of the game. But to be fair, with how many teams are left and how many players they've just been mopping up and removing, you can do it. You're allowed to do it.
Yeah.
You just have that small... You have to be careful of the crossfire if it does come through and then two of your teammates go down simultaneously. Then it is... I mean, to be fair, it actually go into a three-way. 2-2-2, but Omakan right now have the numbers. If they can deal with Raise Your Edge on the north side of the circle, they can then move down and try and split FaZe Clan up. But I don't want to count out Fuzzface at the moment. You can see him rotating low on the map. Should he get behind? Imagine if he gets behind Paige and Vasco completely uncontested. That would be devastating for Omakan and completely throw everything into the wind. They'd be backburning.
Actually, he has managed to get line of sight onto one, and I think he's got the information on the second as well. So you can see how he's flicking back and forth between their location, but 80 now going to try and stop the two members of Raise Your Edge getting in. Actually, Shiv going to look for a wide angle here. This could be deadly for the FaZe Clan boys. Nothing but a tree to play off. 80 will find Udir, and the flush comes through. Vasco landing the headshot with the bolt. We Raise Your Edge going out in third place now, so just a 4v2 between Omakan and FaZe. Fuzzface and 80, let's see what they can get done here.
Using a bolt compared to a DMR, you're always going to be at a very slight disadvantage. We know how powerful the DMRs are with it and just how forgiving they are. But late game like this, if you can just get one pip, hit the target, and Vasco is absolutely that player who can every single time. When players are all tanked up and damaged, you just want to try and steal those kills away or even just get that one final solo player at range. It's absolutely the play. Needs the right circumstances to come into attrition, but once it does, it's very hurtful. Fuzzface, fortunately for FaZe, dealing the numbers game. There's nothing really you can do. It all comes down to Aitzi to try and clutch this one. Oh, peekaboo, thank you. Shut it down. 23-point game coming out of Omakan. That is absolutely massive. What a huge performance. We've seen performances like this come out of Omakan. We know that the roster has just been going from strength to strength. Now and again, we have those days, the off days, that you can have night and day performances from them. And we do see on social media, T-Bone can be a little bit disappointed. But overall, this roster, like when they put it together at the start, it's like, okay, is it going to work? We shall see. Generally, I wouldn't have expected Jempty to see himself on this. But I've got to be honest, Mike, everything just seems to tick the box with this roster, and it just gets better and better every time we see them in action.
Yeah, I mean, when all four of them are firing on all cylinders, it's fantastic to watch, and they just look so deadly. I mean, throughout that game, the methodical kind of bide their time through circles 3 and 4 until obviously playing off the back of that hard shift. And like I said, they were able to just spread. And ultimately, you know, that 2-2 split may look really aggressive, but it's on the back of how much information they're able to gather beforehand. So just really, really, I mean, textbook play from them, to be honest with you. They were given the space, and they got maximum value from it.
Good rotations, good map control. It all came down to the end. 4 players alive as well. You can't ask for any more. Big frag game, big points coming out of Omakan. We'll take it over to James and the Des team to break it down a little bit more.
That's right, the Des team back. That transition was a bit quicker than the last one, so I wasn't ready for a second because they've changed it. It's fine. We're back. Omakan gets themselves the victory here after having huge swaths of those final circles. They had a massive amount of control, and they really exerted that control, Toby, when it came to this win.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you said last game, isn't it okay when you get 7 kills and don't get placement points? I was like, yeah, that's a decent start. Then you get an 11 kill win to back it off, and I'm like, yeah, that's even better. I mean, they did everything right in the end of it. We talked about when we were watching the end of the game how they took so much control, not even by fighting. There was just no one there. Like, no one was playing the south side of the circle. FaZe, they were on the south side. They pushed north over to make sure they didn't have anyone pushing in from behind. And Omakan is just a team that they never sit still. and understandably so. Like they never sit comfy in any given spot. They always want more, and that really paid off for them this time around.
Yeah, definitely so. Martin?
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised that considering how our shifts went, that some of the teams didn't decide to go for somewhat big rotation. It was pretty clear that a lot of activity was going to be happening in the north, but I think everybody's just trying to limp in and see how the lobby's going on and making sure that they can try to like get a little foot inside the circle and play from there rather than do some big rotations now. So that's kind of interesting, and a lot of space is kind of open on those hard shift sites where we see, especially where we saw FaZe and Oma can play here. I think actually they ended up with 13 kills though. So.
Did they? Oh damn!
Wow.
An even bigger game. Amazing. BSTN though, amazing. They also got themselves quite a bit done here. Likewise, so did Etiquette, with a few kills sprinkled on in. But once again, you can kind of see in these highlights as well just how much of these final circles Omakut had dominance over. Even FaZe on that west side here, Toby, didn't have much opportunity to be able to work with anything. They'd rotated away from that compound and then had to come back down from that roadside.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I saw Blaze earlier on in the game, and I was saying to myself, and also to some extent to you as well, all they have to do now, Blaze, in order to get a good spot here, is just hold out Omakin. And then when I said that to myself, I was thinking, well, that's a lot easier to say than to actually go out and do. And Omakin didn't spend more than 15 seconds afterwards proving that that's the point. I mean, they're so when they have control, when they know where the opponent is, yes, you can always surprise the team and end up getting a kill or two going your way. But when you're up against a team with so good individual mechanical skill, I mean, 23-point game, right? When you're up against a team with such good individual mechanical skill, and they know where everyone is, meaning they will not be caught by surprise by anything happening in the rest of the game. They are really damn difficult to beat. And when it's in a team like Omakin with such a communication and just overall like rounded, really good players, there is very few teams that can best them in these types of areas of the map.
Oof, almost 2,000 damage coming in from Omakin. Very impressive stuff by them. And actually, I mean, sitting at what, 30 points now after 2 games. They are going to be happy with that. That being said, FaZe got themselves 9 points throughout this game. But actually, this was insanely top heavy for just one team in particular, Martin. The only team with double digits. Everybody else was kind of fighting for the scraps there in this game.
They were trying to get the rest, but 23 points, massive for them. Still very top heavy though, I gotta say. We have some 9 points, 8 points, 9, 8, 9, 8, 8. So it's still very top heavy for the other 4 teams that are getting a GMT 885 damage. Good to see as well. T-Bone also representing up there. 2,000 damage is a great game for them, considering how little activity was in the south as well. Like they were having to push themselves into positions where they could shoot at people. Remember, so they were in a great spot, and they aggressively pushed for those kills and damage.
And actually, we do have our interview ready with our current lobby leaders. It is Omakin joining us to start things off for PCS2. Paige, thank you for joining us. How are you feeling, friend, after these first 2 games?
I'm feeling really good, to be honest, and excited to play 2 more games today.
Yeah, perfect. I've got to ask you as my first question then properly, is that obviously in this last game, you guys had massive amounts of room in the south and southeast of the circle to get things going. Did you guys know that you had this amount of room to work with? Because literally everybody was in the north side.
I mean, because we came so late into the first circle, and we saw like instantly hardship towards us on second circle, so we basically knew like there has to be like less people on our side, and we just went straight for the 2 compounds at first to get like more info on the circle and where people are, and then we like realized that there is so little people like next to us, so we started like pushing forward and taking more room, and actually got like couple kills here and there as well, and then we wiped like a couple of teams there, and we basically had like everything on the south side, and like nobody did like wide rotations to our side, so yeah. That's why we had so much room.
Very nice. Martin?
I gotta ask, now that it's the same kind of 16 teams here, now that we're playing the grand finals, do you feel like it's easier to prepare, like, and you guys have some time, we didn't play last weekend, compared to playing the group stage where the lobbies are shifting all the time, so you guys put some extra time into making sure that you know all the rotations of the other guys, or how do you guys prepare for a grand finals like this?
I think I think because the like group stage the like lobbies shift so hard, like you mean I mean you play like against so many other people all the time, and like you don't really like know what people are doing. But I feel like there is kinda like more random stuff happening in group stage, because like lower tier teams, I'm sorry to say this, but they play different, and you cannot really like expect them like to do something. And I think it's overall like more tryhard as well, you know, on finals compared to the group stage.
Okay, Toby?
That makes good sense. I mean, and it kind of puts me into the to the next question here, Paige, because we've talked to other teams like TSM and FaZe, and teams where we talk to them about how sometimes they can get off to a really slow start, especially in the likes of grand finals, and what they do to then come back and start playing well in the middle and the end of the tournaments. But I feel like Omar, and at least to me, correct me if you think I'm wrong, you're a team that really often come off to a really good start in a lot of different tournaments in the grand finals. So just like today, I mean, first you get a 7-point game, and now you get a win as well. What is it that allows for you think, as a team to so oftentimes really come off strong on the first like 1 or 2 days of tournaments?
It's kind of hard to say. I think now, at least like first 2 games, we still have like had confidence from yesterday's, because we had like a smaller tournament there, and I think like we are bringing it on today as well. But yeah, it's kind of hard to say.
Okay, all right. Well, any final shout-outs, Paige, before we let you go into the next games?
Thanks to everyone who's cheering for us in the stream.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck in your next games, friend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good luck.
That was Paige, of course, as they sit atop the leaderboards right now. Without us looking at it, we can pretty much confirm that, thanks to the fact they got 30 points in 2 games. Not too bad at all. So good stuff by Omar, can start things off. And I actually do like your question there, Toby, about kind of them being a team that starts off quite fiery, because actually now that I think back to it after you've said it, they are traditionally a team that is able to kind of really get going very fast. It's just about keeping it going all the way through a tournament that I feel that sometimes kind of slips up for them.
That's what that's always the awkward question to ask a player. It's like, why are you not playing that well in the middle of tournaments? It's like that's a weird one to ask, and also I don't feel like that's really relevant right now, because we haven't seen them in this tournament not play well in the middle of it yet, obviously. But it is true. I mean, they come off extremely strong, but then I mean, some tournaments they manage to stay up there, but as other teams catch up, to me at least seems like sometimes Omagan has a hard time maintaining the same kind of leverage and distance that they get early on, as other teams kind of come up with them. Of course, I mean, in this tier of play, it is practically impossible to be forever consistent. You will have bad games. That's simply not like that. That is going to happen. But I just always find it interesting. I would love to hear from them at some point how it is that they so many times after one another manage to get off to really strong starts, because other teams could most definitely learn from that.
That's a really important point, Toby. But what's even more important is that I just got some esports points for watching this stream. Yes! Fantastic. What? I'm happy. In fact, wait, I've got 3 rounds of it now. Oh, I've got 3 drops.
I got a friend request. That's not. Oh, god damn it! I got the notification.
No. You baited.
No friends allowed. Get out of there. But Marta, with Miramar done, we're going to be going on to Erangel here soon. And again, this is kind of where all of our teams are very, very comfortable to get things going. Do you have any kind of thoughts coming into our 2 games of Erangel, Mr. Martin?
No, I'm absolutely thoughtless. No, I want to elaborate a bit on Omakin here as well. I kind of feel like when these guys, they get into a position where they potentially could get a good game, they always set themselves up very nicely. And I think where they need to improve a little bit is they need to get into positions where they're actually able to frag out and play on foot from there. Not because their macro game is bad or anything like that, but it's often where they kind of catch themselves in a situation where they want to fight a team, and that then they like remove the prioritization of putting themselves into a good position inside the circle or spot in the circle, and then focus on maybe wiping a team, and that takes time away from them being able to make sure that they get into a good spot. Because like when they don't do that and they have to like run into the circle, or they have to like take a car and do a Hail Mary, then we all know then you're going to be too late, and you're not always going to be there. So, and I think that's fine. You have to realize once, like, if you're not able to get into the circle at all, then of course you start fragging. But often I see them in situations where they just continue or start fragging out, where they potentially could have gotten a better spot inside the circle. So that's kind of where I feel like they get a good start, and then they may go into a bit of a slumber into the later stages of the game. But of course, as well, this is also why they're getting this many kills, and this is also why they're consistently in our top 8 and always qualifying for grand finals and stuff like that. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to kind of follow off this with the good start they've had here, and also the good end to yesterday's tournament.
Are there any other teams that kind of fall into that pack, Toby, when you think about teams that may have, kind of that middling success? I mean, I know Umuken is a team that we think, I mean, I don't speak for everyone, but I think at least is a team that is championship caliber. Like they're top quality. Is a team like Team Liquid with Clibs Edition now a team that can go back to championship caliber after having kind of those, top 3s, top 4s here and there? What do you think?
I think looking at the 16 teams we have in the grand finals here, it's a lot easier to have a debate of which teams are not. Because I could give you reasons for probably 10 or 11 teams that they would go out and win this grand final. There's so many damn good teams in this grand final that I think that discussion is, as relevant and good as it is, I could make the same really good arguments for so many teams. Playing a Liquid obviously being one of them. They've showed us in the group stage that the addition of Clip is only going to go one way, and that's for the better. He's a damn good player, and he's added so much to the team, and he's really quickly found a really good fit with the roster. That's normally what's important to me, because you can have an amazing player who might just not work out with the team because of whatever the reason may be. But I think that's a pretty a no-brainer in my opinion. I mean, he's a great addition, and Liquid has clear potential to win the tournament. But on the day, you have to be able to deliver.
And a lot of other teams have potential to take the championship as well, as is shown here right now. Of course, this data is powered by PUBG Analytics, so thank you very much for them for joining us here for PCS2. And what is interesting here is this is taking, Martin, correct me if I'm wrong, not only historical data, but also the data that is currently happening in real time as well, to kind of anticipate what we may end up seeing at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, it's both things obviously, and it's gonna change throughout our group grand finals here. And once we finish this weekend, it's gonna change a little bit. I like how Oma can already they're already putting themselves in a really good spot. 21.5% is, again, it's based on elo. There's a lot of projections going on, a lot of kind of simulations. He's running, or they are running. I'm not sure how many there's actually behind this, but they're running multiple simulations, and thousands, I think, even tens of thousands simulations based off previous historical data, group stage data, and data versus each other. So this is a really interesting kind of point set. And I actually remember him, he nailed the projection, or they nailed the projection for who was going to qualify or not based on them not playing on the last day. So that's really interesting and cool to see as well.
I gotta say, it's gotta be a feels bad for Adibs, sitting currently in 8th place and have a 0.0% chance of winning. That's if you're a gambling man, if I had just a buck to spare, I would put money in Adibs right now, because if you're sitting at 0.0, that's gotta give something in return if they do end up winning the tournament.
That's a big payout, yeah, for sure. That is, I guess, if we really think about this, it means it's like a 0.0 5 or 4, something down there, as we're not going into the double decimal point there. But very interesting to actually know, as that does go. That does not mean that they have 0% chance, guys. Don't worry. Jeez Louise, there's going to be someone out there that's like, wait, no, that can't be possible.
Exactly.
But yeah, very interesting numbers. Yeah, even looking down towards the bottom and seeing a Team Liquid and Northern Lights still in those kind of double digits positions, Martin, that reflects those historical relative results that we've seen beyond, where we know that they can perform.
And also, we're two games out of 24 games to go. You can have bad games. Even though if you start with 30 points, you're going to be in a great spot. You're going to be feeling great about yourself in your games, but still 24 days or 24 games across 6 days is a lot. And you're going to have, 40 some bad games where you get, 2 points or less. And that's completely fine. Liquid decided to have those 2 games, or one of those games at least here in the start of the day. I think they got 3 in each game. So still okay kind of salvage. And this is what you need as well. Like having those 1-0 point games, if you just manage to have those 3 points, those 4 points, instead of those 0-1, that average is going to put it so much ahead, because these guys are obviously going to have great games. Both Northern Lights, Navi, and Liquid is going to have great games. So we'll see how that's going to continue and follow on through.
I do want to touch on one of these numbers, which I find very interesting. And Toby, I'm going to bring this to you. Navi, 8.3%, despite, not having the best amount of points right now. Do you think that number speaks to their current form? Because personally, I don't. I think that their current form with the current roster, I think they have a better chance. Because if you divide 100 by 8.3, that's like 12, right? Like, it's I think they've got a better chance here than that.
That's the fear with stats and numbers. When you go on stats, you can only work on the past, and we haven't. I mean, the past Navi is not the present Navi. It's pretty safe to say. I mean, the present Navi, it's much more of a threat than an 8% chance of winning the tournament, I would say, at least. With what we saw from the group stages and what I've seen from them during different tournaments and games that they've played, they are a very, very top-tier team with great potential of taking home this tournament alongside other teams. It's not like I'm going to go out and already give them the crown already, because they will have to fight their way there. But they are for sure. They have. If I was a bookmaker, I would put them at higher than 8% chance of winning. That's for sure.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And again, this isn't us slamming the numbers. This is us taking those into account and actually like really kind of having a relative conversation relative to those. And again, thank you very much for providing us with those kind of projections, because it's really cool to see how things look in that kind of ELO-based system, and as well as the historical results and the results that we're getting here so far throughout PCS2. We will continue to update you with those as time goes on throughout this next couple of weeks. For now, though, it is time to get into our third game of the day. We are going to the grassy pastures. It's Erangel time once again. Sims and Hypoc, bring us it.
Thank you very much, James. Map 3 of 4. Blink and you miss it. Honestly, this is the quickest day I think I've ever worked in terms of PUBG. Like, I suppose I kind of want to bring that in, because we haven't really spoken about it on a bigger scale, Hypoc. Like, we've got 3 weekends of this now for a grand finals. 4 games is low, in my opinion. Do you think this could have any knock-on effect in terms of people's ability to get going? We know it takes a few teams down again, a few games to really get going through a day. You've got 5-6 maps to play. You can kind of shake it off. You've got 3 games on Erangel, for example. That's a strong map. You can keep going. It's 2-2. Like, it's a couple of hours work, and it's over and done with.
I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it, right? If you have a good start, it's great because it's a short series. You can carry the momentum. It's a shorter period to carry the momentum off. But on the flip side of that, if you have a bad start, it's very difficult to only have one more chance on that map again, and then already you're going over to a map swap. And I feel like days can run away from you a lot easier when it's only 4 games. I guess it comes down to the team, to be honest with you. With the guys on the desk, we're already talking about teams that tend to start off hotter or make slower starts. And speaking of starting off hot here, She Created already knocked inside the 3-story at the Milton Cross Road. And Chris going to come up and pick himself that one up. But I don't think it has a massive effect. But yes, for some teams, I think, the ones that tend to say, feel more pressured by their points and their position on the leaderboard, it can lead some teams to make some pretty wacky decisions and switch ups on the fly.
Don't get me wrong, by doing this, we have a bigger grand finals. We have more games that have been able to be added to this pool, but yeah, it just feels it's very short, very quick. We'd say, okay,
you got to be well prepared. You've got to be well prepared to capitalize on it.
It's going to be Uzi versus Uzi. Top of the stairs, it's Miraku who actually comes out on top. Goes for the SLR, the instant confirmation, but now he's got 2 automatic rifles staring down the barrel at him. He has to take this fight with very little HP. I'd assume it's a run and gun scenario, especially when you got 2. It's an easy trade. So, 1 on, 1 off, unfortunately. Early bath for Miraku. 2 minutes into the game, and it's a little bit unfortunate for TSM. It's reminiscent of what's been happening throughout the qualifiers. Don't get me wrong; they've got themselves a point, but now they have to play the entirety of the game as a 3-man roster.
Yeah, and things have been pretty volatile in terms of TSM's start. Obviously, we had game 1 where they popped off, and I mean, you could say they didn't have a great game in terms of placement, but getting up to double-digit points. I mean, if your bad games are still getting double-digit points, you take that any day of the week. But losing 1 early after the game 2 performance they had, where they fell to a depths with that 4-man crash, was definitely not what they're looking for. And this is ultimately the situation I was talking about. TSM, for me, are a team that are perfectly capable of bouncing back, but also it's a team that's going to feel heavily pressured by expectations. If they're thinking, we're sat in 12th, and maybe that's some sort of explanation for the group stage performance, where ultimately through the midway through that series, things looked like it was running away from them. And like I said earlier, only really managing to get through in terms of a clutch up performance on the final day is something we have to keep an eye on.
Honestly, I think for that team, and this is my own personal mindset, I think anything less than 10th for them isn't that great. Like, they're quite easily a world-class, world-level team. We've already seen what they're more than capable of. I don't know. Yeah, we'll just kind of see how it goes along. To be fair, there's nothing else you can do in terms of a great deal. So it's just grin and bear it, of a better word. You've only got one more match after this, so you have to make every single one count. Yes, we can sit there and say all day long, oh, it's fine, there's another game. But in terms of daily, yes, there may be in the long term, but you've got a week off. I'm really intrigued to see how this format's going to work. Like, I'm used to working on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 5-6 games a day continuously, where you stay up at that level, you stay up at that, you're in the zone, right? For now, some of these lads are going to go away. Yes, they will practice, but they're going to have a week off. And then you're going to come back at it again. And I suppose that is how you touched on it, to expand on it and kind of round it off. You have to hit this at 1,000 miles per hour, because I just don't think coming in flat, it's going to run away with you, and you've got no time to warm up. You have to be at 100% firing all cylinders before this. You have to, even if it's just been, if it's just sitting in a lobby, just shooting the gun, getting used to it, just warming up, whatever, it can catch you off guard. So we'll see. It's a little bit different, but I'm all for it. Well, it's obviously North America. You guys are doing it ever so slightly. I saw Small was tweeting about it. They're going, you're opting for Miramar, for Erangel, aren't you? It's slightly. Do you think there's any difference in that for you?
I mean, for me, yes, on the things I've just said, I prefer personally to see a 1-set map a day. You know what you're dealing with. It's the one series, and you treat it as kind of individual games. So having the opportunity to kind of learn from your mistakes in game 1 and 2 and bring that into 3 and 4. Obviously, with this, it's just 1 and 2, and you got to switch up. If you have 2 bad plane paths, and you're making reactionary calls and audible drops and things like that, that's when the series can run away from you, because you just don't get the opportunity to recover.
I'll take a look at the circle and take stock of.
I was going to actually say as well, Paige, in his interview, he touched on it as well. Getting to this stage now, once we've, and I hate using the term as well, but for want of a better term, once the lower tier teams have been filtered out and we get to the grand final stage and things are a lot more rehearsed, it's, expectations in terms of tendencies of teams are going to be eradicated. Those weird variables where we have a bad plane path and a bad circle 2 shift, a hard shift, things like that can be so detrimental to a team. If you've actually done your homework and you have things you're expecting to happen in certain situations and it doesn't, and it throws your game off, you lose 2 people in circle 1, that's when it's kind of like you're fighting an uphill battle at that point, because you then have to make up the point deficit.
It's also, you start to see a lot of more undisciplined teams. Like, there are a few that are very run and gun. I'll never take anything away from EIQ, for example. They're a damn good roster, and there's a reason that we start to know their name throughout European PUBG, and they started to be in these events where we get to cast over them. But there's also a lot of things where questionable. It's like they're just getting stuck in here because they absolutely don't give a damn. Yes, it's good, and it's fun to watch, and don't get me wrong, when you see them hit and that you see them strike a team down from absolute the depths of nowhere, it's like, yeah, this is fun. But ultimately, there's that level of discipline. It's like when to not fight, when to not shoot, when to not bother throwing all your cards on the table and just kind of holding your hand for a few more minutes. But yeah, discipline comes into it. We'll kind of round that off there with all the maps and everything else, how that goes on. We've banged on a bit for a little bit. Take a look at this circle and see how it has updated and where it does bring us in. So a little more on the western side. Teams that are centralized. TSM just outside of Watertown, more towards the hills. Actually, they're in ruins, excuse me. You can see them now. They've moved into the backside of ruins. They will be held back a little bit because you'll see Adepts coming through a 2-2 split. I suppose we'll hold on that one as well because we've got FaZe Clan about to maybe run into Team Liquid. I'd assume IC can just kind of dip out of this one with the rest of them split through the field.
I don't know how he's driven through the middle of the compound. Rich has kind of did a massive loop and came right back in between the buildings. But gonna manage to get away with it nonetheless.
I'm assuming maybe they were looking towards Adepts. I know they can. It's only minuscule. For example, that you can see this. That it's only a minuscule amount of line of sight. But if he lands one of these bullets onto Alia, that's both of them down. Even with little HP on the opposing side, he's not really bothered because he just wants to try and make this connection happen. So the second smoke will go down. It'll bloom and it'll allow him to get the resuscitation. Wildcats will just take the field. God, I just still, even now, I just get flashbacks of constantly and continuously flipping vehicles driving through this bloody thing. Oh God.
It's still a nightmare for a two-seater.
Circle moves towards the north. Georgia Paul Bay becomes a pinnacle center with Critch just off to the side of it. This will allow WS Ents now to head into a priority position that they want to be in. Adepts could come down and hit one of the garage compounds. They'll be quick enough off the backside of the hill, but they have to be prepared to tackle what will be in front of them. That is two teams. Ents have actually made it into the crates. WS are deciding where they want to go. They're splitting between Hospital and the hillside of the Hospital. And I'm fine with that. You can watch the hangars and anyone who wants to try and intercept within that quadrant. It's a really, really rough area if you do try and take the hangars on the backside. Adepts, I didn't realize, actually made it over to the hangar. Excuse me, the crates before WS had. So Noki holds. That fake smoke. Is he going to run the backside of it?
Well, Noki's going to get the information on the audio there, but I wonder if I should be able to get... Oh, no, actually, we've got an off angle there from Thorax, and he's actually going to get the knock with the SKS. Wanderer will fall in the middle of the road, and definitely weren't expecting that setup. And unless actually Kemba took that damage initially, why he didn't relay that information that there was an off angle in effect, but they will put a kill point on the board nonetheless.
I mean, when I saw WS, I know they were rotating, but I definitely saw someone back at Hospital between this and the hillside where I was talking about, overlooking the hangars, but clearly they wanted to get a bit more involved. Unfortunately for them, that means that FaZe Clan can set up residency here. I do like this hill. It gets a little bit more difficult if somebody does have control of the garage behind you, because you have a full field of vision into that. But if they can keep control of that southern side, and maybe like we saw previously with Fuzzface just holding the south part of the circle and keep it clear, it'll be a bit more difficult, because I did see him go down in the kill feed while all was going down. So FaZe are removed to 3. Over towards the eastern side, this is where Blaze are, just coming out of Roshawk. There is a team also that has just come out of Roshawk in the form of Shift W, so they'll be slightly later. Oculus can set up in the 4-stack, that'll be easy for them. Just watch from the quads over the bridge and deny any level of entry. The only thing that might do inadvertently and accidentally is Shift W might see this, and rather than run the bridge, I'd be surprised if you were running the bridge at this stage, but rather than run the bridge, opt to go to the secondary bridge just towards the side of North George, but Omakan are actually set up there, so that's my only concern for Shift W.
Oh, Deep actually stealing that one right away from a doozy. Literally instantly, as soon as the knock came in, I saw that one on the kill feed get confirmed by someone else, but yeah, Tornado Energy going to bide their time. I don't expect too much traffic coming back here, but we still got to take into account, Rich, obviously, depending on the next circle, Georgia Pole Bay is still a factor here. If this one centralizes, it's going to bounce back towards Tornado Energy's position, so have to keep track on that. Meanwhile, a couple of other teams kind of stacking over towards the southwest side of the circle. As I was talking about, this one here just immediately getting stolen away. A doozy with a nice knockout of the UAS nonetheless.
Just to note as well that I did see Blaze actually travel uphill on the map, so they were tracking Shift W, maybe just to apply a tiny amount of pressure and just force them to the edge of the circle and not engage. It would be a minuscule chance, but if this hard shifts north, that'd be absolutely crazy. All right, it's a little bit more towards the north, but now comes the IGL work, Mike. Now comes that point where you know how much water's in play here, and you know that the circle's going to be avoiding water. You have to make a call of where you want to set up shop, because essentially this could be where you fight the end game, right?
Yeah, it is. And you're going to see teams like Liquid, obviously Tornado Energy, Na'Vi, all try and find something. Actually, speaking of Na'Vi, they're trying to run the gauntlet between the split of Team Liquid here. Beats still on the Invisibles, not going to land too much damage to the M4 initially, and Na'Vi may get away scot-free. James already said, oh, Kenya! Everybody back up on top of him. Look at that, Rich, the pull-up. They heard only one set of shots coming out from M4 there, and the reactionary call, fantastic from Na'Vi. They're going to get control of those two-story balcony buildings, and the rest of Liquid will have to regroup on the side of Everest.
Oh, we said we're looking for some great IGL work, and that's it. I mean, it definitely wasn't no bait and switch to try and... If it was, that was just the brain power of a million players. It rolled into one. Ibby comes out and does not expect the turn and face, which Na'Vi do. They do it well, and they take control of the compound. It's all the way up against the white. We'll go with that, but it's a safety net for the moment. No one can really challenge them. Nobody can go towards them. You might still even see... Does he hit? Oh, my. Oh, Vasku. Oh, you marksman of a... What a player. That is beautiful to see.
You gotta respect the 3x bolt headshots. You got to.
I honestly, with any sniper rifle, I'll take it all day long. Like, it's just... They have their place in this game, but it is very, very limited. I want to see more of it, how PUBG eventually balance that to be able to bring that to us. I absolutely do not know. It will be no easy feat. But God Marco's got a sniper of himself. He goes for the quick scope on the body. He might be able to tag him because Ira is low on HP. The rest of TSM are at the foot of the hill. Now, remember, we said at the start, TSM were already playing off the back foot, losing the player so early. Switch onto the back of the vehicle. And it is a kill as well. Second one falls. And the death squad. Chris and Co, they roll up and they just take names. That is beautiful to witness with the last two players holding warehouse.
Shift W by name, Shift W by nature. Love to see that pull up. But we're back on board with that to get and TSM on the side of Everest here. Iro's still stuck on that downhill angle. Marco looking like he's going to pull back a little bit. The 2x AK not usually preference, but elsewhere on the side of Everest. Look at Liquid and Tornado Energy getting into it. Some utility exchange. That nade. Oh my word. One more damage would have put James down there. The second one not going to reach far enough. Mexi and Clib here to back up, but taking a lot of damage. The example going to get that one. Team's going to confirm the kill out though. Mailman not going to take any damage from that, and that puts the advantage back in favor of Tornado Energy now.
It's kind of scary to think we've got 4 teams up here all fighting and vying for survivability. Example can just lay down the fire and hope that his teammates can capitalize this on this left-hand side. The flood is coming through. We'll see how many do drop. One bleeding at the wayside for Team Liquid, but the fire at distance, the range, Clib, last man standing, has to turn and face this fight. He does not. This time they are eliminated, and Team Liquid goes down in 16th place. Fex onto Forever. The one thing that I did see come into effect of all of this, which is pretty good and has paid off for TSM, it's a blink and you miss it kind of thing. We saw a shot come in from up high, which turned. It took the attention away for ETG, and I just saw Ira bolt it. It's like, okay, we've got a minute. Let's take let's just go. He runs from the tree, he gets to the foot of the mountain, and then TSM is back as a 3-man stack. They're allowed to sweep. A 5th team has joined the party. They may not know that TSM is so close. Omakan's here. Pages is tackling it from a different angle. But the problem is I don't think they realize just how many bodies are on top of this hill.
No, Na'Vi sweeping at the right time behind the Team Liquid Tornado Energy fight, and they will clean up Tornado Energy, giving themselves a lot of space now on the minimap. This looked very, very congested just a few moments ago. You got FaZe and Omakan down to the north side of Everest. They're just going to be clinging on for dear life, trying to break line of sight from elsewhere. But as soon as this circle posted, you could just see 5 teams literally diving for Everest. Obviously, FaZe coming all the way over from hospital, but Deep going to confirm that one out onto Rupture with the frag nade. And last remaining member of Wildcats, I believe, now going to join the party on Everest.
I mean, if we're classing FaZe Clan as part of the Everest crew, that's 6 teams that have all just decided to head up there. 2 of them, it's already become their tombstone. For the rest of them, it's who goes down first. A little bit of a tricky situation for Levent. I don't know how he's going to get out of that one too much with the blue encroaching on his back. Eventually, he will have to go for this. Maybe just put the smokes down, hide the car, hide the vehicle, get your health up, and bolt it as far as you can go. But really, without... pick who you die to. Do you die to Navi, or do you die to Northern Lights if you go left? Do you die to FaZe if you go straight forward? He's working with absolute minimal odds here. Tires go down on the side. I'll switch over to Vasquez's POV. Headshot finally comes through. We know that with any yellow ammunition, it is going to do the damage. There was 2 players in there I actually didn't cop for an initial. One Ira follows up at least with a follow-up. It looks like TSM run. Blaze, actually a Blaze, ironically, finally does get away with it inside the smoke, but they can just, to be fair, pepper the smokes, and eventually the kill will come through.
Yeah, he was low enough there that anyone from TSM just needs to land the one SLR shot, and it's Iro that finds it. But speaking of SLR shots, it's Chris going to find Fex from distance there. Filo going to steal that one away, but that will put TSM down to 2 members standing. And they can still do work from there, because there's going to be a lot of weakened teams elsewhere. You can see, I mean, teams are going to have to opt to this kind of play style for the next few minutes, at least, with this much of Crate still being in the circle, Rich. It's difficult, really, for anyone to get anything done.
Something like this, for all of those teams that are towards the mountainside, you have to hope the circle's favorable to you, otherwise you're just dead. It's simple as that. Running off the side of that mountain is so treacherous, and my word, it's actually not pulled it out just yet. So Navi are in by the skin of their teeth. Ents now have to do a bit of a dungeon run. They'll have all the crates in the world to be able to play with. You can lose yourself in a bit of a maze, so there is that safety net aspect for them, but they will have to pick a fight and take it head on. Whether that's Adepts, whether that's Shift W, I do not know, but they'll also have to be careful from WS, who will have the 2 buildings with, to be fair, a second story window that you can look through, so maybe they just get involved in that. One single knock onto the side of Ents could spell disaster. I wouldn't expect someone like Adepts or Shift W to actually push that. They'll just hang back and wait till Ents arrives. Initial bombardment will commence, though. Flashbang goes over. Second one as well. If he moves this a little bit more towards the left, that should hit its target. Molotov to follow, so you can see the information is on the side of TSM here. They're going to be hitting it blind. But the 2-2 split from Navi is what's most scary. You've got the 2 players you have to tackle up front, but it's the 2 players at distance what are the real problem.
Yeah, those 2 players playing Anchor here kind of covers the overpeak for Vard and Iro, and unfortunately for TSM, the circle not in their favor. They have to clear out the close threats, and the utility not really landing is going to make it 10 times more difficult for them. But any head peaks are going to get punished by the other side of Navi's split.
Smokes will go down to try and hide it, and it's throw them at your enemy rather than throw them at your feet. Blind them. Stop the advancement. Batulins and Spyro holding on and clinging for dear life. Circle is moving in slowly but surely. That's lucky. That is super lucky. I don't think as well that fire's going to Batulins. Talk about the team, you know, just the right time to strike here. Just opts to go out at the last. Still avoiding bullets. He's been given away. Second player's there as well. If he turns, that should be a kill. TSM's gone down as well. Let's just take note of that. Pesto did find them, so he finished them off on top of the mountainside. Bystanders eliminated. My God, they get themselves back to not only a full standing roster, but to full health as well. Smash the bystanders out of the way, and now they've got some room to breathe.
I mean, Batulins has done fantastically there to swing wide out the back of that smoke. Sorry, Rip, just getting absolutely... Is this car just sliding down on top of Omega, by the way? It's just like slowly inching its way down the side of Everest on top of them. But I guess providing more cover, it works in their favor.
Just lands at their feet. You know what? We'll take that. We'll just move that in front of us, and then it's something to work with. Bears haven't been involved in many fights, but I understand why. When you're just working off the riversides, the valleys that come down from the mountain, the old little trenches, it's really hard to warrant a move, to be fair, because you go towards the trees, then you get punished. Uber's actually inside of it, so whether or not they have some sort of vehicle to bunker themselves in around his area, it will be difficult, especially with Navi above them. If they have lethal utility, they can just throw it into those ditches and just hope it lands in the right spot. It becomes a little bit more harder for Navi to make that happen against FaZe Clan, given Omekan's position, who can kind of hold that back. We said it would be a bit of a walk for Ents, but they have made it through. Batula, you know what, Northern Lights just said, send it. Just fully hold W and hope for the best. Unfortunately, has not paid off. Spyro, last man standing, arrives to the party, and I expect him to be going down any second.
Mates, he couldn't place those shots initially. Fire actually going to come and try and confirm the kill onto Uber, and he will find it with the buggy run over, and he will find himself some smoke cover as well. That was actually put down by FaZe to try and recover and get the revive here, but Na'Vi descending down the side of Everest there. That nade goes straight inside the smoke, and it will find Sparrow. Fantastic throw from Tab. And now Raise Your Edge coming to try and find something on the side of the mountain as well, but there, dip outside the hangars is going to find that one. Shiv actually going to get stolen away by Kemba, but Udyr coasting his way inside to try and find some kind of relief here, but Deep still not trying to pressure with the SKS. I mean, at this point, I mean, nail on the head, Rich. You said it. You've got to find something.
I'm still wondering if that pull-up on the buggy actually got out of the buggy early, if he meant to run Uber off. It was just accidental, because I think he were out of it when he killed him. He has paid off, though, especially for Na'Vi, who've just moved themselves into that position and can hold on for it. Deep with a quick tab onto Aduzi's head. It stalls them. There'll be no revive possible, I don't think. Maybe if they're just getting back on his feet and deny the points, there is a possibility of that, but it is no time to run. Udyr, actually, he gets baited out by Monkey, and Udyr capitalizes. That's nice. They pick up a point. They pick up a placement, more importantly, and they get together as a two-man stack. It's still a very, very crappy area, I want to say. It's outside of the white. There is no hard cover to be working with. Small beneficial factor is that they do have smokes now, and they can group up and at least move forward. However, they've got to tackle Na'Vi head-on, and that is easier said than done.
It is indeed, and I mean, Na'Vi we saw them just literally sweeping down the side of Everest, and it's actually going to get inside and clean up the last members of Adepts. Na'Vi just lighting up the kill feed now. They take care of Raise Your Edge as well, and they will find themselves some space. It's just Omicron now they have to worry about on their side of the circle, and depending on where this next one goes, it's not great, but they're going to have something to play, but they do have to deal with Omicron here. You know, the Ents and Shift W, they're not really forced to fight now, so all eyes are going to be headed south towards them.
Which is some credit that I want to give towards Ents as well. There was no real reason for them. Well, there was a reason, but they didn't have to fight if they didn't want to. The hangars that they were in, they were comfortable. They didn't have to move forward at the time, but they did. They decided that it was time to sweep and clear this, so they took the fight while they were still safe. They said, you know what, let's try and get one step ahead of Shift W. Yes, we may have to take a fight, which they did. They swept out Adepts, they cleared the front hangar, and now they have control of it. More importantly, if they can, for Adepts, there's a bit more of a tricky run. Because of that backside of where the hangar is, it's only minuscule numbers, but how the hangars work, if you imagine you're inside there, you've got this doorway and you can tuck yourself in either side of it. Wait, is Na'Vi making an advancement towards Omicron here?
I think they're just trying to find something to cling on to. Bestlock found a rock with his UAS cover, but damage is coming in now. T-Bone with the downhill angle. We'll find Tap. That's a good knock there. Going to get the flush out eventually, but oof! Kemba's just got a cheeky little angle on Bestalock. And I think actually Bestalock had the best spot out of anybody on Na'Vi, and it's just Senya left now to see if he can get any consolation points out of Omicron. The Shift W now able to just pressure on the side of fantastic shots from Chris. Will put Vascu down, and T-Bone, the last member standing for Omicron.
It's a fair amount of damage done, so he can at least now run while the player does fall back to heal, unless the stims are on. I can see the smoke's already been cycled to try and make some sort of advancement. If not, Senya may just try and bait him into running first. SLR's still there, and he will be expecting to take this fight at range. All the meds will be committed for the cause, and I'm totally fine with that. The smoke's there to provide cover front and center, so he can take this battle to his right-hand side. And you know what? It may not have to, because WS might actually do him a favor by taking him down. T-Bone already heavily damaged, but both of these players, same kind of scenario at the moment, just seeing who will die first, really. And the smoke wall in front of him, it's something.
I was going to say, benefit is Senya actually has a little bit of a stack of smoke grenades, so he does have the opportunity to kind of play time on T-Bone. I don't know about his utility situation, but I mean, provided he can just keep a constant flow of smoke cover, he's going to be in a decent position to out-survive T-Bone.
What is kind of scary to think is that he could run this circle because of the trees and because he'd be going uphill. he actually might be out of vision. The trees of the very slight elevation may hide him from the vision of all the players that are towards the side of crates. We don't know every single angle, so I don't want to say that with absolute confidence, but that's a stall for a second while they're trying to get on the back of the crate. The gear will be picked up. Puts them off for all but a moment. Slows them down, which, again, may pay off if they run into Ents now, because I can already see Ents putting out the smokes and making the advancement forward. They're actually going to come this way. If Senya gets these two, I will be just in pure astonishment. Oh, they're going for him. They're running towards. Nope. Have it. Oh my God. What an absolute monster this kid is.
He's up to 8 kills now. That's the 14th on the board for Na'Vi. That is fantastic work from Senya, playing his life perfectly here as the last man standing. And oh my God, if he finds anything more.
14 kills and 8 alone. He's just a nutter. He's just an absolute nutter. Now it's picky battle. Where you're going to go? He will go no further, but I tell you what, the job that he has done so far for Na'Vi is just formidable. 8 points alone. Not to mention how many he's done in terms of placement. But the Finns are here once again with a 4-man stack. We're into the late game. We're into the last 4 teams standing. T-Bone. It's a little bit, 3 teams standing. It's a little bit sketchy when you're the solo player, but you do have that ever so slight curve of the ridgeline to work off and a tree as well. Shift W has been running parallel for quite some time, but T-Bone's doing the damage onto them. That's the first knock. Any more would be very, very dangerous for the side of Shift W, especially with Ends now. Time to move. There's only one player standing. Get stuck in, and it's job done. A second win for Ents, and another 16 points in the bag. This is going to be making them look comfortable for this competition so far. 2 wins in a day in a grand finals. I'll tell you what, this is the road to success if I've ever seen one.
They're setting themselves up for a fantastic placement at the end of the day, to be honest with you. And I mean, that's, again, it's easier said than done, but that's how you want to start it, right? And again, mirroring the performance of game 1 for themselves. A little bit of compound curse, I'm not going to lie. The circle kept shifting advantage, but you even said they didn't need to take that fight with Adepts, but I actually like being... I like taking control of that area, clearing out the hangar. They haven't got to be then forced by the circle to do so, but I mean, the storyline there's got to be Na'Vi, right? It's just what a game.
Yeah, to be all the way up against the circle, to look towards Liquid. I mean, you called it how it was just, okay, there's only one player there. Let's turn, let's face it. Who knows what would have happened if they'd hit the backside of the Georgia Paul Mountain? You know, you saw how many teams died there coming up the way of TSM. It's just one of those things. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Who knows? The team that will know is going to be the Desk team. So for now, we're going to throw it back to Desk and the boys after the first game of Erangel is done.
That's right. That's us. We're back. Ents 2 wins to start off the grand final here for PCS EU. Very, very good stuff by them as the circles are able to be a little bit more kind to them here throughout this game as it does stand. But of course, as well, we have Na'Vi getting huge amounts of kills off the back of that cliff, as we were hearing from the boys in the commentary. But Martin, to start things, it's been a great day for Ents, to be honest.
It's been a great day for Ents. It's been a great day all. I mean, they've putting themselves into great spots, and yeah, the circle did kind of go their way. This was great, by the way. It had me laughing. But I gotta say, yes, they were in the container area. Favorite drop spots of many, of course. But they also cleared it out. Like, they managed to get into a great spot, hold it down for some time, take out some of the guys, and then make sure that they could kind of exit the area without dying to that. And that's one of the roughest things, right? Because often you see a lot of teams send it into the container area and then not being able to survive, not being able to come out of it. Yes, the circle did kind of enable them to do so, but still they were able to survive it and get into a great position and get some kills on the way as well.
Yeah, definitely. Toby, of course, though, whilst we watch Na'Vi here, really a trial by fire. In the end, it was constant fighting. And even towards the end, some great individual plays from people like Senya being able to get themselves that little bit further.
I mean, Senya had a pop-off game for sure. It didn't make it any worse that he got himself an extra 2 kills on Wintry trying to make their way on over there. But I mean, having to fight their way up the Everest itself and also down on the other side of it, very few teams make that kind of play and stay alive, and even fewer teams make it down the hill from there with 10 kills and manage to keep all 4 alive. So very impressive plays coming out from Na'Vi, and in that whole like early to mid game part of it. And of course, I mean, Senya's staying alive to get extra points. That just just makes it even better for them. But I mean, having them on the south side, when you look at like when you get the aerial view of phase 4, phase 5, having ends way up north in the containers, being the team that ends up winning the game, that's probably not what you would expect to see. And then down south, having Na'Vi being on their way up a mountain where there's 4 teams already fighting, you're not exactly expecting them to go out super like guns blazing either. So the fact that both those teams managed to make games that on like the first look wouldn't be anticipated, for them to convert that into such good games, 16 and 18 points respectively, that is that's a really good job.
Yeah, a lot of points coming in their way. Shift W though as well, Martin, getting themselves 12 points on the board. Gotta feel good.
Yeah, it's good for them. It's great for them to come back. They had a rough end to our group stage day or weekend actually, and now for them to come in here, great placement points, a great amount of kills. They managed to control their position quite well and played it out quite nicely. So I hope they continue this. I'm really happy to see these guys back in action and especially how they're able to play. And look at that, 8 kills for Senya, guys.
Yeah, big performance coming out from Senya. And when it comes to what we've seen from Na'Vi throughout the previous play day and the qualifiers coming into today as well, not really too much of a surprise. Almost 1,000 damage coming in for him. And the tab as well, getting himself that second place, Toby here. Impressive stuff.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's when you have an in-game leader who can also go out and deal damage like this, that it just adds to the threat of a team like that. We saw Orange being the addition and going out and doing tons of damage. You already know what both Tap and Bestalog can do, and they have tendencies of shining really bright, which means that we kind of only give Senya credit for being the brain behind the Brawn, but games like these you can show that it's not just them who goes out and do damage. Senya is way there with them.
That's right, and of course at home you can be involved in PCS2 as well, as currently even in game right now there is still the Pick'em challenge going on. You can actually get yourself some great cosmetics as well via doing that. And what is actually impressive already is that we've added an extra $60,000 to every single region's prize pool. I do see Floof running about in the background. I know that might be what you're laughing at. I don't know what she's doing. She's nuts. I'll try and get her later on, maybe. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Go and check it out in-game, the PCS2 Pick'em Challenge. And then when we are back, we are going to have our final game of the day. We'll see you in a few for more PUBG action.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. The Pick'em Challenge is back, and just in time for PUBG Continental Series 2, with some new improvements to make earning those great rewards even easier. That's right. Starting with PCS2, we've extended the Pick'em Challenge event and increased the number of matches, allowing you more time and opportunities to collect the points you need to earn awesome, unique rewards. You'll also be able to earn more free voting coupons than before, while having opportunities to earn esports points just by watching our live PCS2 broadcasts. The PCS2 Pick'em Challenge takes place from August 19th to September 8th for PC fans, and August 27th to September 8th for fans on console. During this time, you can check out real-time tournament standings, information on participating teams, and player stats in the Esports tab in-game. After PCS2 finishes, you'll be able to spend your earned EP in the Esports shop from September 15th until the 23rd. The shop is filled with exclusive PCS2 themed skins you can't get anywhere else, so make sure you spend your points while you can. Like before, the Pick'em Challenge is divided into 2 games, Pick the Winner and Team Face-Off. Pick the Winner lets you predict the overall champion from each region. You can only vote for each team once, but with a 100,000 EP prize, you're looking at up to 400k if your prediction game is on point. You'll need to use a voting coupon to cast votes for this game, which can be earned by purchasing PCS2 gear in the shop or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 25% of each PCS2 item sold goes directly back to the teams via evenly distributed direct payments and by bolstering the regional tournament prize pools, so you're getting cool stuff, increasing your odds to win even more cool stuff, and helping your favorite PUBG esports teams in the process. Team Face-Off is a game where you predict which of 2 teams will perform better in an upcoming matchup, and plays a little differently than PCS1. It's still a free game that doesn't require any voting coupons, but EP prizes will not be weighted based on how many votes each team has gotten. So it's up to you where to risk and where to play safe. Catching the intense PCS2 action live is its own reward, but you can also increase your Pick'em Challenge odds by watching live. Just like PCS1, codes will periodically show up on screen during the broadcast. Enter these in-game quickly, as only a certain number of people can claim each one. We'll also be giving out coupons and EP on Twitch through Twitch Drops. Twitch Drops are currently only available for Steam accounts and can only be acquired by watching on Twitch. To participate, make sure your Twitch, Steam, and PUBG accounts are all linked. You can get started easily by visiting accounts.pubg.com and logging in or creating your PUBG account if you haven't already. From here, you'll have easy access to link your accounts. Once linked, you can earn 1 free voting coupon and up to 20,000 EP just by spending time watching the PCS2 action live on Twitch. During the stream, you'll also be able to participate in quizzes that randomly appear on the official twitch.tv/PUBG channel. Answer correctly, get rewarded. PCS2 is happening soon, so familiarize yourself with the teams and plan out your strategy. All 4 PUBG regions are participating, and you can vote on them all. The more you watch, the better your odds of scoring unique skins for your own matches. PUBG Esports, PCS2, and the Pick'em Challenge. Get in on the action today.
There's so much to do, so much to be involved in when it comes to PCS and PUBG Esports at the moment. It's fantastic to have all of this variety going on here for the tournament. And speaking of variety, why not change things up again? Because we've got a guest with us for our next game. It is Michael. How are you doing, Michael? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm happy to be here and be involved after not qualifying. It's fantastic. Can't wait.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess so. We're very happy to have you here as well, Michael. So Michael is going to be joining us throughout the start of this game, throughout this game, and then at the end as well. So thank you very much for being here so far. From the games you've watched so far, Michael, what stood out to you when it comes to some of these teams?
I think there's been a lot of fighting early right now. I think Omekin's been doing really well. I think Omekin are a team that can read the game very well. I think better than a lot of teams that are playing. And yeah, because there's a lot of fighting, I think Navi's having a good time because their team that plays so slow that because there's so many dead, there's so much space on the map that's open. So yeah, it's teams that are playing slow are definitely playing better, I think, so far.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of edge play, to say the least. And Toby, when you look at how Navi played out that game to what Michael is saying here, them being able to come off the back of Everest and get all of those kills whilst that's going on, and now push themselves up to a 3rd place here, that really kind of that screams Navi when it comes to their kind of play style.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't have asked for anything more. I mean, as Michael is saying just now, a lot of teams were fighting early, but actually, despite that, Navi found themselves on like the more hectic side. Even with that, we saw how they flew their vehicle into the head of Ibiza, kind of decapitated him, and they had to fight their way up the hill. But the thing is, in that area of the map, if you try to come in from the northeast, there's just nowhere to play. I mean, you're in that massive open field, an area of the map that I thought was going to be changed with the Erangel remaster, because it's a big pancake from all the way over towards the cube area, over towards the like from cube over towards the to the container area. It's just one big flat area. So if you come rotating in from that area, which essentially is the quieter side, there's just nothing to play. So impressive from Navi that they were able to kind of fight their way through the skirmishes on the south side of the circle.
Yeah, and Martin, you know, whilst we're looking at the standings here, which team was it that you picked again at the start of the day?
But what?
Oh yeah.
You're cutting out. No, I mean sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Right? It's like.
Wait, what team did you pick? What team did you pick, James?
Yeah.
You know, I don't mind self-deprecating humor, and yes, I did pick self-deprecating. It's not been the easiest day for me and Martin. Let's be honest.
No,
So far.
I've had a good share of good predictions, so I'm fine with being here down with where Calaris is used to being here in the bottom.
Damn.
Got him.
That was brutal. But of course, while we take a look at this, Toby's prediction doing very, very well so far for themselves in Navi. Ents, though, we got to talk about it. 2 wins so far here for them, Toby. And it's been, you know, they've not been the most flashy of wins by any stretch of the imagination, but it's very clear that Ents is reading the kind of tempo of the game very, very well here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think Michael can probably agree with me on. I mean, yes, it's amazing that you get those circles going your way. It's always favorable. But having said that, I mean, you also gotta. I mean, just because you have all the ingredients, it's a good cake doesn't mean you know how to make one. You have to play it wise as well. And as Martin was saying, they didn't just go into the container. They cleared it out. They made sure that they had a chance to make a winning play off of games where they were getting winning circles. So I think that's a tricky thing to do. It looks like you're bad if you can't do it because but the circle is on you. But it's actually a lot harder than what it like looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael, expectations for Ents and seeing what they've done so far? Only short, you got like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think they're getting the games they should be getting right now. You get them days where you should just close the games you have to close out, and they're doing really well so far. They've definitely improved from the past, what they've been like in the past. So yeah, it's like kind of like a new Ents right now.
Yeah, I got to agree. If you think about seasons 2 and 3 of PEL, where they kind of had that huge dip off, now it's back to some good old PEL 1 Ents forms, maybe. But now we're going into our last game of the day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are getting to it. Sims and Hypoc, bring us the last game. Oh, there's a map.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, there is a map. It looks rather cool, to be fair. So here we go then. Last game of day number 1, weekend number 1, and it's been short and sweet. I'm not going to lie, I'm not used to these kind of dates. I'm actually going to be able to go see my wife before she goes to bed, to be honest with you. It's usually waiting until the mist of the evening. Probably same for you, actually. What's it like to be working through the day?
I mean, it's nice to be able to finish just as the sun goes down, as opposed to starting and finishing as the sun comes up. But yeah, it's a nice change nonetheless. But we had an action-packed 3 games through us. Even though it's a shorter one, we've definitely had the action today. I mean, I'm going to lean again heavily on that previous game for Na'Vi in particular. I know obviously we were taking a look at it between the two of us. Obviously, head and shoulders the best performing Erangel team across the group stages, and absolutely looking to continue that trend throughout the grand finals. But I mean, Michael actually made a really good point. You know, Na'Vi, the way they move and the space they're given and how they use it is kind of just, it's so fantastic to watch, because there are a few teams that do it the way Na'Vi do.
It's wait. I'm seeing shift W in the kill feed on the side, but I can't see because we've got the teams open. I don't actually know what's happened or who's died there. I'm guessing it's going to be IW because they were next to him last time. So have they done the same again and removed an IW player earlier on? I can only guess so, but look at the circle. We go all the way down to the south. This is looking like a Sosnovka Island ending if I ever did see one. Tundo's actually turned and faced it away from the edge she created. Okay, so we did lose the same place, same compound, same fight, almost identical. Losing a player earlier on will not see them fit. Tundo actually seen going towards the main head, so he's actually heading towards Sosnovka while the rest of his team move to Prim. They'll be able to get loaded up, get the boats, and get over there quickly. We'll see if Liquid do the usual Liquid style, just get your gear and before 3 minutes get gone and try and jump onto Sosnovka. Raise Your Edge will be gifted. They're down in military. They'll be completely geared out of the 9s by the time this circle does come all the way across to the island, unless we get a wonderful set of events where it moves back up until kind of the quarry side, or maybe even where Na'Vi. We've seen it happen before. It's a rarity, but it can happen. But every single shift needs to go in the favor of that northern area. For everyone else, it's general. I suppose we at this point we kind of look towards the rankings. Who's had a great day so far? Who wants to trying to be rounding this off with a better day? I mean, for me, I don't know about you, Poc, but I look towards Team Liquid with 8 points overall after 3 games. It's not the best start in the world.
It's not, and I know in the group stages, obviously their day 1 was plagued by some internet issues and whatnot, and it's a shame, but they're definitely a team that's capable of recovery. They're absolutely one that on the fly they can make switch ups, and their play style kind of leads into that. I've historically referred to them as a feast or famine team. So they've always got that possibility just popping off and landing, even, you know, without a win, a 15-point game. But especially again with this shorter series day, they're going to want to end game 4 in a decent position.
Well, they usually get lucky. We never see Na'Vi, and they're not that. And you were talking about their unique play style, how they can play edge and just work with every single minuscule of map that they have, regardless of how big or small it is. They never do it to them. They never do Liquid dirty. They always happily just let them get across the bridge. They'll go away from where they land around the gas station and move further into Longwoods. I suppose for Navi as well, you have... There's no way you're hitting anything with that. If you do, I'll just go and drop you 20 subs in your chat if you manage to knock a player out of the car with that thing at this point.
I mean, he's feeling himself after that 3x headshot, right?
There is that, yeah. That was pretty sick to witness, to be honest with you. But yeah, for everyone else, even with Navi, given that within Longwoods now you have that weird little bunker area on after the redesign, so there's even a bit more loot for Navi around this area, and it's even more workable for them. They're just a slow and progressive team. It is pretty cool to watch, and that's why now and again teams have, in the past, taken advantage of them at the start, where they have gone down very, very extremely early because teams have just run at them. I still think of the Better Luck Next Time, where the one player just completely smashed them all to bits off the back of the bike. FaZe Clan, they've gone playing some water sports. 2 of them are already down. In Novo, the rest of them can regroup, get across here and tackle this head on. Where's the from Novo with a circle like this, where Novo's actually pushed out of it, but Millie's fairly deep in? Where would you be setting up shop? Where do FaZe Clan want to be going off the back of this? They go toward the south side of the island. Do you work towards Millie base?
I know FaZe tend to prefer wrapping the south side, and that's purely a timings thing, I think. Until a couple of other teams find landfall elsewhere, obviously you've got to consider the western wrap from Primor's side. Any boats looking to crash onto the south beach, but it depends really how quickly they're able to regroup as 4 onto Sosnovka Island. But they tend to do this slow progressive push, wait out the circle too. Because obviously, I mean, I don't want to speak too early, but this still does have the possibility of doing something crazy. We've seen it before, pulling back over to the north side, but fully expect FaZe to regroup, get some vehicles going, and make a slow push down on the south road. As elsewhere, we're seeing a little bit of traffic towards the western bridge now. Fex with an AK trying to find something. Vard will get the knock on Marco out of the building, but the rest of Etiquette will make it through unscathed.
No one at the other side waiting for them, which is...
Yeah, I was going to say...
At least they can get through cleanly. It's just where do you... Like, it's always easy for teams once they get across that bridge, right? Because 9 times out of 10, they just split towards the right-hand side. You just take the hill, and away we go. No one really camps it. It is possible with how many trees you can use for hard cover, but it's where you go after that, because usually that main road, all the compounds from the garages down towards the bottom side, even up to the close little miniaturesque towns that we have in front of the road, it's usually littered, absolutely littered with teams. And I suppose for Etiquette and any other team that wants to split right, the only concerning factor is the teams that come from Prim, because given how big this circle is, you would expect a few teams to be making landfall on the west side of Sosnovka.
Yeah, you would. Obviously, Adepts, as you said, make it across there. Etiquette obviously being weakened now. They're just going to try and find something safe to kind of hunker down for a circle or two, but they've got a little bit of presence from some other teams over on that side, so they have got to be careful nonetheless. But not expecting too much to pop off. Actually, Example will be defending this crash from TSM after picking up a kill on the bridge side. They come over. Melman's going to find Miraku as well. Example now looking for it, but Iro's going to shut him down with the M4. The trade's going back and forwards, and Iro will fall now, and that just leaves one member standing for TSM. And again, a very, very volatile start for TSM, and it's come to bite them in the arse, Rich.
A second 16th place placement would be absolutely catastrophic. We've got a long way to go into this competition, but simply from a confidence standpoint, simply from a fan base standpoint, that is... you've got to be mentally resilient at this point. It's been a rough day. You've had a rough competition throughout this, getting to this point. To continue, really, you know, you're supposed to start as you mean to finish. If you're starting like that, it's yeah, it's a little bit rough. I don't want to say exactly which players it was. I don't know what there was. One player whose POV we're on from Tornado Energy on the opposing side that was disconnected from the rest of the team down in the yellows. Whoever that player was very monumental in how that unfolded, because he orchestrated where the rest of the team was. He called out where TSM would be making an entry point. He called for them to push to the front side of yellows, and ultimately he just sat there directing it all from across the road. So it was good to bide his time, not put bullets into them, and just let the rest of the team know where they were going to be making an entry point. And essentially, they just got bodied. It's a little bit unfortunate.
It is, but I mean, grand scheme of things, sitting 6th place now, I imagine they're going to finish there or thereabouts, maybe a couple of placements down. It's not a complete disaster.
And neither is the circle. We don't get the weird and wonderful Northern Bounce. I'll still remember the is it the first day of the World Championships? Where it bopped over towards where C9 and Gen G was. Good lord, I'll never forget that. Of all the places it could have gone, it just jumps across the opposing side, and then Gen G go for the full swing. It was you love to see it. It's rather chaotic, but I've said before, I think some of these teams, the best ones are the ones who deal with chaos in the best possible way, right? PUBG can be a cruel game at times with the circle and all the other RNG elements and factors that come into play. You can have as much individual gun skill as you like, but you can never predict exactly where someone's going to be. It's always wonderful to see teams dealing with situations in the best possible way. It's, yeah, when you dealt the nasty hand and you have to deal with it as bluntly as possible. I do like some of these teams just being able to put them in a really rough scenario and see exactly what they do, because it can be just such a treat to watch.
Yeah, and as we just saw there, FaZe actually on the back of the Circle 2 shift doing exactly as planned and just sent it down the road south of the runway, and they find themselves the compound down on the underside of that hill, which we know the Circle gravitates towards so often, but I mean, talk about diamond in the rough. They run the gauntlet and they're rewarded for it. 4-man up, making it to that compound. I mean, it's going to situate them for a really good game here.
For Northern Lights, I'd be speculating if there's a single boat left anywhere along that beach line. There is the potential that you could, even at this point, drive all the way to Prim and just run the beachhead and try and get up some sort of a boat and anything just to get them onto the other side. There is still that minor possibility. I can actually see Spyros going out towards the blue, so I'm wondering at this point if they're going to hit the roadside and just run the road all the way over to the eastern bridge because they think that this one in front of them is just too hot. You'd have to have some meds. We're not into the danger zone yet with the circle. It is survivable, and if they've got meds, they'll be able to pull it through. It's just rough whenever you make an entrance point outside. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's not a... Oh, no, that's not good. That is not good.
Yeah. You hate to see that.
Digger just stares blind. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
No comment. Well, coming in at this stage of the game, you have to expect the unexpected. Unfortunately, they do lose 2 players on transition, but they at least make it to the rock side, and this is fairly deep inside the center of the circle, even though it's up against the water. You'd anticipate they get a top 10 placement out of this place.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on the water shift, but I mean, it depends more heavily, I guess, on this next circle we see, whether or not we're going to get a pull away from the water. But, I mean, they could bide their time. They might see another circle or two, but we'll have to wait and see. There's not really too much down on the south side, so they do have the opportunity to kind of wrap those rocks down towards the Wildcats. Shouldn't be too pressured, really, and actually that's fantastic for them because this next one we know is gonna pull hard east, right? So it's gonna give them an edge on the cliff. Absolutely handed a gem there.
Imagine if they'd have somehow kept 4 players alive, and you could just have put 2 a little bit further down on the ridge line, so you could have such a more bigger grip on all that cliff
spread
face.
Across
That'd
that.
have been sick. Yeah.
Chris just getting dropped. I mean, great off angle here from Tornado Energy. The split really punishing Shift W there. Did see one player still down towards the bridge at the beach. I think it's Brexco actually, but Omican now taking a little bit of pressure from bystanders, and they're going to find 2 knocks here. Flush not coming through just yet, but one member will get back on their feet, and actually Flammy pulling up here, and the buggy's going to get on the backside of the ridge and maybe try and send some utility over this way, but Larza elsewhere will put yellow down, so that puts a lot of pressure onto Flammy now. The nade onto the tree is not going to be fantastic for him, but he will land the knock on the page. He's down to 1 HP himself. Can anybody deal one more tick of damage here? Omican with their backs against the blue, well, in the blue now. And this is not what you want to see if you're an Omican fan.
Flammy has hurt them so badly. There's very little chance of a revive coming through for the two players that are just bleeding away, so the utility has been handed to him to try and do something, and that nade finally is good. So take what you can from the rest of... Oh my god, the pre-nade. It went down, it was a landmine, it did so much damage. And allow them to capitalize and knock one player out of it, and to get one out of that is it's just amazing to see. Like the preemptive nade down, you just saw them. The health shredded as they drove through. And to be fair, to only lose one in that, I think that's the best of a bad situation, if I'm honest.
They've got away with it, to be honest with you. And again, sending it across the bridge at this stage, especially with that previous circle shift, you got to anticipate there's going to be a lot of people lurking on this side of the circle. But Tornado Energy now getting punished from elsewhere. Brexco going to find example, and the rest of Shift W actually making a little bit of a push underneath the bridge. And meanwhile, this is a wide old rat from WS, but as we said earlier, Ent's actually in the position to potentially punish this if they can get enough damage on the way in.
I mean, thankfully, there's only two of them. I say thankfully for WS's sake, because they're a 4-4 stack. I don't think the boats would have even made it to shore. You'd have anticipated them at least removing the bodies from them before doing so. Chris goes down. That's a nade cooked as well at his feet, so it's going to be rather unfortunate. At least Tex one with him on the death nade. Oh my god, they didn't realize he'd thrown it. Quitty is gone, and the rest of them, unfortunately, as 12 teams do survive through. 41 individual players face Clan Plum, center, ETG just off to the left, the right-hand side of them, uphill. The last remaining compound, in theory, in this circle, once it does update, it depends who it pulls out, though. It's going to be Wildcats or will it be Adepts, because both of them have the shoreline compound, so to speak. Should it centralize, it'll be a bit sketchy. Speaking of sketchy, Liquid. Now, the issue for Liquid is that I see what they're attempting to do. It's just, it worries me how Na'Vi reacts to it. Like, if they get themselves involved with the Northern Lights, then the Na'Vi says, you know, stuff it. Let's have them. Let's take them down while they're involved in someone else. Could go the other way. They swing onto the backside of Na'Vi because Na'Vi's split in a 2-2, and then Northern Lights decide, okay, well, let's disconnect from the fight and swing behind them. So it is a bit of a powder keg scenario for Team Liquid. It's on a knife edge. Which way do you want to go, and who do you want to tackle first? This might make things a bit more easier, though. Tab's got the pre-nade. It's down. There's no tags are found. Low ball comes in. Hits inside the shack just to try and hide out. Good use of the molly. Put it down for at least an area of denial. Stops the advancement around the corner. It allows his teammates to come and help him up and back him up.
Yeah, it's a fantastic setup from Tab there to stay alive. Batulin's still off on playing sort of an anchor position for this crash onto Na'Vi, but now Northern Lights have got problems because they're stuck on the backside here and they haven't been able to find an entry onto the compound. And Xenia actually sweeping around by the bunker. He's going to have a fantastic angle onto the backside of this crash here. Batulin's actually getting tagged up quite heavily. Can't find the killing blow, and Mexi will find it from elsewhere. Batulins will fall, and that just leaves Deep and Spyro here to try and find some value on the back of this compound.
Yeah, Mex is separated ever so slightly from the rest of Team Liquid. He's just playing as much edge game as he can and playing while they have time, to be fair, and they do have it for now because there's a good amount of space that's been garnered by Northern Lights pressuring Na'Vi from below. It's drawn Na'Vi's attention, and the knock-on effect is that Team Liquid can now set up shop. They can be ready for them on the top side of the hill. Whether they press into it, I don't know. They kind of pin back into the base. So I think for Liquid, it's just getting to a good, solid position. Ibi did go down in that he was off in no man's land, which does surprise me. I'm kind of understanding that he's looking for space to play, but I think given how Liquid were, they should have really sat as a 4-man stack. That was an easy kind of transition for him at that point. To lose Ibi, it's a bit of a loss, but still, 3 players up, they can hold Na'Vi at gunpoint.
They can indeed, and I mean, I'm just surprised to see it be that far over. It's a bit of split focus, if that was the call. But maybe he just got stuck behind a tree or something and couldn't regroup afterwards. But Tab now sending shots towards Clib, and that's going to send him back uphill. I mean, Liquid they aren't pressured to deal with this imminently, but they don't want to allow Na'Vi to creep up the side of the hill. You can see Orange already flexing out past the shack, going to try and find some space here. The Tab's got a fantastic spot on top of this roof here. to cover the overpeak. And yeah, you can see Na'Vi just... I mean, they're feeling themselves after the previous game. They're going to want to get aggressive on this.
It's Na'Vi who are at the disadvantage, but it scares me how good they are. It really does. I mean, we've seen what Senya did in the previous round. Like, I don't count them out any time of day, especially when you've given them room to do this. Senya comes in, first knock onto Jimbo. That knocks him out from the appropriate angle. The rest of them, they've all gone up the side. 3 of them as a stack. If Orange can just bait Team Liquid to look to him, the rest of them can push up the hill and smash them from the side. This could be a very demoralizing blow for Team Liquid. I think they've split them. They've split them completely, so the resources are either side trying to deal with it. With Jeems down, they can now just fold upon Na'Vi, and this is just textbook coming from the boys in yellow. You never count them out. Mexi falls. Yeah, they're mesmerizing to watch. They are so damn good. It's scary.
They're one of the best on-foot teams, I think, in Western PUBG, is safe to say. But the way they collapse here is just textbook. And the way they're able to isolate Mexi as well there, and the information being relayed from Best to Lock downhill. It's just such a fantastic cleanup. I mean, Clip might get a consolation kill. He will knock Senya, but he's ready to swivel back round. He's expecting a flank here. Best to Lock a bit further away, I guess, than he's anticipating. But this has drawn Orange and Tab out into the open for the res on Senya. So Clip could still do damage here.
It could, but I think it's Besto's job to shut this down and just deny it. And that's what Clib will know. He's only seen 3 of them. It is really hard to overpeak this, but by focusing so much and tunnel vision onto the one down player, I get it, but Besto's job is literally to end that, and he does it with such precision. Job done, Liquid 10th.
I was going to say, hats off to Clip, though. He was reading the flank, and the timing's just off for him there. He went back to pressure the res, but again, just textbook stuff from Na'Vi.
All of a sudden, they're granted a quarter of the map. Like, there is no one really around them. They've got a hillside they can play off of. They've got so much room to do what they like. It kind of frightens me. FaZe Clan still bunkered in. They've got the compound and they're happy for now. Ends as a twofold have actually moved forward of WS, who did make landfall. They have this small hill to play with, but it is just outside of the circle's edge. With Ends been having the little shack that they can play off the back of. They can use the smokes and maybe even just use this as slight cover. You can see the bullets coming in from a different angle as well. Wanderer's gone down. That's the first one to fall to the blue. A bit of a step, a mistake, unless he thought, you know what, let's just leave it as it is. Unfortunately, these letterboxes are going to be the downfall of WS. The rumble of the blue, and they've got to move.
FaZe still just chilling. And again, the 3rd time today I'm talking about it, but the compound got themselves gifted. Unable to really find too much value here, but Ents, one man standing now. Tixu going to get the flush onto Max. Maybe try and find something else. Offstring super close by. The underhand Molotov out. The underhand nade in. He's going to have to swing outside the door. He really connected, but fantastic work from Tixu there to duke around the vehicle. And he will stay alive for Ents for the time being, but you glance your eyes over to the mini-map, it's a matter of when, not if.
It's a little micro play like that, and just how tiny things can adjust, even for Ends. Like, granted, he's gone down, but it's put him up a placement. It's got him a frag point. He loses one player. It was very, very close, to be honest with you. I mean, I like the molly. He saw the nade been cooked, so he runs out, uses the car for cover, takes down the player. It's good work. The survivability factor now is nil. You know, it's so knives edge. If there's any luck, he just sneaks in without being seen by FaZe Clan, but I'm sure that they'll be reading all the shots, they'll be reading the lay of the land, they'll know exactly where his position will be. It'll have been noted in the back of someone's mind. The thing is that the Wildcats do have to come this way, and that's when FaZe has to take the eye off the ball for a second. Senya biding his time. Strike stands up into the instant shoulder lean, and I can regroup with the rest of them. That's one point of contact remove, which actually scares them off into the distance and probably may separate them even more. If not, it just drives them into the circle and further away from Na'Vi again, giving them more room to breathe.
Yeah, room to breathe is the I mean, room room to punish, I would word. They've got Senya off, a big off angle, but again, it's. I mean, I said it already. Michael said it fantastically. It's the way they use space and how proactive they are in absolutely maximizing the value they got off it. Look how much pressure they're applying into the circle here. It doesn't even matter that their position isn't great right now. It's the amount of damage they're doing inward.
It's one of the very few teams that play edge and do well. It's just that they know how to work it, and I think that just goes hand in hand by how individually powerful they are. Like, they have some big impact fraggers who even against unthinkable numbers will always still come out on top. I mean, Besta, I always talk about it and just sing his praises because there's no one really does it better in circumstances that he shouldn't come out on top of. He does. ETG down one player. Let's make that be noted, and we know time and time again with all things said and done, PUBG push on the knock, which it looks like IW doing that exactly. Whether they go further up into this one is a completely different conversation altogether, given the circle's now pulled away from them. They do have a vehicle. Whether or not there's petrol to use with this, whether or not it has tires, it could play a survivability factor. I don't know how deep this hill drop-off is behind FaZe Clan. If you would even be able to get behind them, you could try and tackle it and maybe let FaZe focus onto the side of ETG uphill, skirt by in the car, go downwind of FaZe Clan, but then you have to expect the onslaught from Adepts, who should turn and face that. So IW is in a very tricky position. It gets even worse when you're driving through fire. He's alive. I have no idea how, but now they're all dead.
Yeah, not for much longer. The nade with the barrel follow-up will be the downfall of Wildcat. Then you're down on the deck right now, but a lot of pressure coming back in from Tab. Best of luck will find Monkey as well, and your Edge actually just getting absolutely surrounded by Na'Vi here. Two of Na'Vi will actually get confirmed out. Best of luck will bleed out in the blue. It's just the Tab up now, up to 8 kills. Themselves into a 5th place now, and that's some pressure coming downhill from Etiquette. Finally coming out with the blue, forcing them downhill here. Shiv looking back uphill. And there you go, Na'Vi will finally fall. And now FaZe come alive. They're coming in to get involved in this now. And what an interesting endgame we've got here, because everybody's kind of, I mean, it's only FaZe on the south. Everybody else is fighting around on the east and the north.
It's a perfect time for them to push out of here rather than get stuck in and just boxed into this one small compound that they have. There's really no room to breathe if a team does surround you. So push out, use the smokes that you have, get yourself a little bit more room. You can play the Rose side because there's certain points to this where you can say, all right, we are, out of vision from X team down low, but we need to face Y team up high. Y team being raise your edge. A doozy does take down Gustav, so that puts a halt in the movement for all but a moment. You can see Adepts are already slowly but surely wrapping on this. I don't know if they're that level of team to be so aggro to get into the back of FaZe Clan. It would be definitely unorthodox to do so. Shiv tries to make the best of a bad situation. I'm kind of okay with that run. Had that not player not looked, he could have hid behind the box and been all right. But it comes down to FaZe just to check and read the map. If they check Furax's position, the shots will now be noted. They have to turn and tackle this situation head on.
Yeah, and obviously the numbers advantage for them, but positionally, not in a bad spot. The fact they were able to stay alive behind rock spots, Na'Vi swept over on the other side of the hill, but FaZe now putting down the smoke, and that's going to draw a line for them to get much, much closer to Adepts. Gustav get a little bit of an equipment upgrade. Trying to go fishing with a frag, but Furak's actually going to find an orb knock there. Face will fall, 80 will respond, and things just exploding now. Uber going to confirm that one out. And FaZe looking to capitalize on the damage on the way in.
Yeah, there's only 2 players standing. A God Nade would be absolutely pivotal here for Adepts to stand any chance. They need a few amount of points to getting up to second. It will certainly do that for them. But the numbers advantage just is not in everything in the world to stand any chance of winning this one out. When 4 players of FaZe Clan are running at you, usually you just roll over, show your belly, say enough is enough. That's going to be it. FaZe Clan coming into this a 5th with 22 points. They round off the day, the final match of today, with a 17-point game. That's going to solidify them, I would say, comfortably in the top 3. And that top 3 is even at this point I've got to be honest, Mike, starting to look a little bit stacked when you look at the point disparity, even to now what we had where our top two teams had 36 and 35 respectively. What, 8th was less than half of that. It's 15th and below, with even our bottom three, Tornado Energy and Liquid, starting off with 8 points. There's quite a big point gap.
Yeah, it's again, not too much cause to get very concerned after day one, but I mean, a lot of these teams, goes without saying, looking for a better start from that. I mean, for want of a better term, bit of a disappointment on the side of TSM or Liquid. But again, I've said it before today, they're absolutely teams capable of bouncing back. But well, what a start for a couple of these teams. I mean, Na'Vi again finishing strong. FaZe, I mean, played that one textbook. That's just what we used to see in FaZe do on Western Sosnovka Island circles. And I mean, by the time they come out, they clean up. Just standard FaZe, really. It didn't even look hard for them.
Well, job done for FaZe Clan, job done for us here. That is the end of day number 1. Short and sweet, 4 games. It feels a bit weird. Even the sun isn't fully down for me, let alone you working when the sun's actually up. But it's been good. Love it to cast with you, Mike. We'll see you guys tomorrow. But for now, we'll throw it back to James and the desk team to close out the day.
That's right. Thank you, Rich. If only you had a light in your room, that would be fantastic as well. We have, getting on with things here, we have FaZe getting themselves the victory at the very end. And it did, as you guys mentioned, look pretty easy for them. They had that compound for a while, Martin, throughout this game, and they were able to clean it out nicely at the end.
Yeah, actually, it's sad that you didn't ask Toby, because he had the exact minute. I believe it was 8 minutes. Am I correct, Toby, that they had it since then? And they were sitting in that compound for a very long time. It showed us how many kills they had. They wanted to make sure that there were 4 guys alive. They had this really good position in the circle. And as we were talking about, I bet that they're loving that there's nobody in over. They're just able to go in there, loot a bit more, and then position themselves really well later throughout the game here. So Energy, though, a bit teasing here and there, and taking some of the guys trying to cross the bridge. Overall, a fantastic game. I love this middle game.
Yep, Toby?
Yeah, I'm loving how we're getting military games from the very start of things, where it took us like almost the entire group stage to get our first one there. So showing that the curveball circles can come in from the very get-go, I think that calls for a good grand final.
Michael, you were saying about the FaZe compound that they had specifically. It can be very strong for those kind of like locations and eventual endings.
Yeah, I mean, like Martin said, with no Unity and Novo, they can get instantly first circle. They rotate over, get cars all the way south middle base onto that compound. That compound's insane for any west side middle base game. That's definitely the main compound you want to be getting. You can always have a good game no matter where it goes from there. And yeah, FaZe know that. They have a lot of experience in middle base, and yeah, they played that super well.
Very nice for them to get things going here, especially in the first day of all things, where sometimes FaZe have a bit of a wind-up period in tournaments like this, Toby, but today has been great. I think they got a 4th place, a 2nd place, now a 1st place under their belt as well. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, exactly. They get placement points in all their games today, and as I mean, we were talking to Omakan about it as well. You know how some of those teams that don't normally shine. I mean, there's a reason we say FaZe Sunday, because that's usually when they, I don't want to say wake up, but that's usually when they impress on the latter stages of tournaments. So having a team like them, similar to what we've seen from Na'Vi already, like teams that we normally, it takes a little bit for the big monsters to awaken within them. That the fact that they go out and do like this stuff early on in the tournament now, that is it's adding to the pressure for some of the teams that have coming off to a tough start.
Yeah, I mean, 4 teams have really shone in particular here for the day number 1. FaZe, Na'Vi, Omakan, Ents, all being able to take away big points for the day here, Martin. And when you look at Na'Vi once again getting 9 kills on the board, it is just a matter of time before we see them getting big kill games and then the placement points off the back of it as well. It's going to be scary when Na'Vi really gets rolling in this tournament.
Yeah, and considering they had 28 kills today and only 8 placement points is actually really scary. They were fragging out all day long, and I really like this. It's not a new style. It's just once they get into a position in the circle where they're able to frag out and they're able to third party due to their slow kind of play style in the first couple of circles, then they're just really set themselves up for a great game no matter what their placement is. So it's just great to see.
All right. we have an interview ready with one of our teams that's done very well for themselves in our first day. It is Squeaky from Ents. Hello, Squeaky. Now we've got 5 people here. Oh, this is going to be interesting. How are you doing, Squeaky?
Hello, everybody. I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Feels really weird because we've only played 4 games. Normally we play like 5 or 6 games, so I'm just kind of lost. Like I want to play more.
Yeah, we were kind of we were saying the same thing. It's like, oh well, the day's already over, but there's been a lot of variety throughout the day, so that's been exciting. Obviously for you guys, it's been a very good day. You got yourself 2 wins, so that has been good. Off the back during those 2 wins, did you kind of feel any trials, any problems off the back of them? You guys had decent circles throughout them. Talk to us about some of those.
The first Miramar game, to be fair, it was kind of easy. We knew that there's gonna be 2-2 split. The next, the west side of the 2-story white where we went. So it was kind of inevitable that they're gonna regroup at the 4th circle or 5th circle. So we pretty much got the house freely. So we just make sure that we don't die stupidly before like it's only like 4 or 5 teams. So it was circle win, you could say. We got the 6th and 7th circle pretty much guaranteed that if we don't do anything stupid, we're gonna win the game. And the Erangel game, which ended on the containers, that was like we took it pretty slowly. We knew that there's gonna be southwest and the east containers and last 2 adept guys at the warehouse. So we just took our time, and we think that when we need to kill the adept guys, so we don't do like, because there was a chance that the warehouse gonna crash where the adepts were. So we were kind of waiting that if it's gonna get crashed, we're gonna just join them and clean up. But it didn't happen, so we just pushed them and play from there.
All right, fair play. Martin, any questions?
Yeah. One big question I think that's on everybody's mind. I want to hear, what was the call when you guys were crossing the bridge? Was it go to the rocks on the west side through the whole like past 5 teams, or what was the call there? I'm curious because it felt like you guys kind of wanted to stop on the top bridge, but then you just decided to just send it and go to the rocks.
First of all, before we're gonna start the bridge, I'm gonna say good luck, have fun, because there's also an option that people are gonna camp the bridge. But we had the original plan was to go to the compound where faces, because normally there isn't 4 players, so that was the normal call. And when we were driving through the hills, like those hills are really hard. Like even though if we stop there as a foreman, we know that there's Navi somewhere. Like they know how to play the hill, so it's kind of like you can stay there for 2 or 3, like circle 2 or circle 3, but eventually the compound has to move, and then the Navi have the whole water side. You're gonna get sandwiched. So I don't like that spot. Is really hard to play, and we haven't played there pretty much never. So well, Dickery flipped a car. It was pretty unfortunately, and then I got insta-killed by the face from the compound. So then the call was just go to the rocks and try to get a few kills.
Okay.
Okay.
So can I wrap up before? So the plan, you guys would have breached if there was only like 1 or 2 players in the face compound?
Yes, the plan was to crash the compound where face was. Yeah.
Well, I like that. That was a great plan.
That segues perfectly into my question, Squeaky, because I remember during the group stage when I was talking to you guys, and we were talking about how I feel personally that you guys have started playing a little more aggressive, something that I hadn't seen a lot from you before. Is this, I mean, what we just talked about now, breaching compounds and whatnot, that's a very different ends from the ends that I remember from just, I want to say almost just before this tournament. Is that something you've changed in your playstyle?
Well, it's a really big tournament. You have to make the winning plays. Like even though the circle goes to the big hill, what we call like the shacks were on top of the hill, you can play that circle from the compound. Or if it goes more west, you can play from the compound where faces. So it really doesn't matter where the circle goes, you can play it from that compound. So it's really strong on the western circles of Millibase.
All right, and finally, Michael, our new talent. What have you got for me, Michael?
I speak with Rusmar in private a little bit, and he said that your team have got a lot better on your communication. I wanted to ask like what kind of things that you improve on, and what were you like lacking in? That's because like it's been like a super big jump for your performance. You're playing way better now.
There was like sometimes if you lose like a member in a fight, it had sometimes happened that we had like a dead silence for 2 or 3 seconds. And sometimes when we are just chilling, no one doesn't like give the input that you need to give to the game, like giving info, what's free, how can we do there, or if we are chilling in the compound, we need to have like 3 or 4 options what we're gonna do. So when the circle pops, everyone knows what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do, and like when. So that's like the things that we have been improving a lot and focusing, that we have always the plans, how, when, and like as together, of course, or separately. Of course, it depends on the situation.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Thank you very much, Squeaky. Any final shout-outs or words before we let you go?
Thanks for the fans and sponsors, and let's keep it up for tomorrow.
Perfect. All right. Well, good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Good luck tomorrow.
All right, and that was Squeaky joining us from ENCE. Even Michael throwing in a question at the end. I like it a lot. Oh,
one.
Michael,
I like
he's gunning for our jobs, guys. I'll tell you that much.
I'm taking them all.
There you see. Let's wrap up today, though, of course, as we've had quite the day, Toby, when we look at the results so far. And as I said before we even got to this interview, it really does feel like 4 teams really shone here throughout the first day.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like one of the big storylines to me, as it like briefly mentioned before, is that the teams that normally don't wake up before later in the tournament have really woken up early. And I remember the very start, other than Omarken, which is the team that we would expect to be up here early, FaZe Clan, ENCE, Na'Vi, I mean, Ratio to some extent as well, sitting at 24 points on the day. That's a really good performance from teams that I wouldn't be surprised to sit, honestly, probably in the bottom half coming into tomorrow, with only 4 games having been played. And then when you go to the bottom and you look at the likes of TSM and you talk about, I mean, TSM got 17 points on the day, all placement, like all kill points, and 10 of those kills came in the first game, right? Them, I mean, Liquid 10 points on the day. There's a lot of surprises in the start of this one.
Yeah, definitely so. Martin?
Well, first of all, I think it's interesting to see the I don't want to say lack of preparation between group stage and now, but it feels like there could be some more kind of decisions being made, because it's the same 16 teams we're playing, right? It's the same 24 same 16 teams for the 24 games here, and it feels like that some of the teams haven't done like the full preparation, because you can take the same 16 teams here, they've played against them before, there's a lot of documentation on the vast majority of the teams, you can really put out how they are, but it feels like a few of the teams are being surprised of what's happening, or are like putting themselves into spots where there will be a lot of teams, or where other teams are playing constantly. Yes, TSM, they had a great game 1, they had some kills and stuff, but still it feels like they're still kind of battered and bruised a little bit from our group stage, and not kind of shaking that off yet a little bit. I want to see them continue to kind of play to the style that we know that they're capable of playing, especially now that they have a bit more space and can worry a bit like less about teams that are like poaching or pushing around them and trying to third party them or trap them even. But again, it is the first day. A lot of stuff is going to happen throughout the days. I really like some of the teams, how they're able to play. FaZe taking advantage. As Michael said, we're talking about this during the game here. Unity not being there, taking advantage immediately of Noro being free. Stuff like that is stuff that I love to see, because that preparation, you literally have 7 or 8 or 9 days to do this kind of stuff. And preparation, you have to do that if you want to win the tournament.
Yeah, of course. And Michael, you've played by far the highest level when it comes to this little quartet that we've got going on right now. Between days in a tournament of this caliber, what's the game plan for someone like yourself with a team? If say you've done well or not so well between these days, what do you do after the day is done?
I mean, when I've been playing in the past, it's you kind of go into it and you have these teams that aren't always in, like, every tournament there's going to be these new upcoming teams that are going to qualify, and then the next time they might not qualify, and then so they're often the teams that you find disrupting the big teams' play styles and making them have maybe worse games because they're a bit more unpredictable. So learn to, like, if you're like an edge team, so to say, taking it slow and letting them fights kind of like pan out early, so that opens a little bit more space, and then just taking everything slow and just have good communication, have plans thought out if the circle's going away from you. Those are usually the biggest preparations you can. But also, again, if your points don't look good after 4 games, it's only 4 games. You're used to 6 games.
Yeah.
Usually teams like TSM and Liquid on the leaderboards, this 5th and 6th game could be a win for them, and then all of a sudden their points for the day don't look as bad because they've just won a game. Now you don't have that opportunity, so they just have to accept it's 4 games and reset for tomorrow.
Damn, even transitioning onto the standings as well is good for my job. Never mind the analytics. We've got, as you can see, in the points from TSM and Team Liquid, not the easiest of days by any stretch of the imagination, but FaZe will sit at number 1 with that 1 point advantage over Omicron and ENCE. Damn, I forgot to ask Squeaky about their new logo. It's very pretty. Toby, what do you take away from today when you're looking at this?
That I'm sitting in 4th place and you guys aren't even at the same amount of points combined? What? No, I mean, that's... I rarely ever get to be the one winning this one, so let me enjoy it for like 3 seconds. No, I mean, there is, I mean, in terms of... It's so difficult because all these 16 teams are damn good. And when you look at it, I mean, this is a pretty straightforward day 1 in terms of the points. It's just, as I said before, teams that I weren't expecting to rise to the occasion on day 1 have managed to do so. And teams that we have seen go out day 1 and get points. I mean, Tornado Energy is a good example to me. They have had tournaments alongside with Omark and where they go lights out in the start of things. I mean, Tornado Energy get less points today than I wouldn't be surprised to see them get in 1 game in terms of kills alone. So that's kind of interesting. And also Northern Lights. But again, I mean, as Martin was saying, it's day 1. There's going to be so much stuff changing. And I don't think this resembles at all how the end result leaderboard is going to look like when we come to the final 24 game.
Martin, final thoughts?
Well, I think that's very correct. I just want to kind of go off what Toby said there. We're going to see a lot of changes going on through this. Yes, there's a few new teams, but a lot of these teams, they're known, and the meta is already out there. It comes down to how well do you adapt to what the current meta is, like how center heavy it is, how edge heavy it is, and how well do you adapt to that from day to day. So that's what I'm really looking at. So for example, we're looking at some of the games today, and not a lot of teams are doing, the big rotations in circle 2 and 3, where you go all the way around on the other side, was something that Liquid has been known to do for a very long time. Not a lot of teams are doing that, and if me pointing it out, but also some of the analyst guys that are working with the teams, if they are seeing this, then they will say, if you're in a rough spot, try to do some plays like that. And then that meta might be very heavy tomorrow, and then all of the teams are doing that. So being able to spot that between from game to game and having, your coaches and analysts say that to you is something that you can really adapt from game to game, but especially from day to day. So I'm curious to see if that's going to change tomorrow. Are we going to see more teams making big rotations, trying to get on the other side of the hard shifts and getting ahead of that rather than trying to run into a circle and try to get a few kills on the edge?
I think in particular today we saw quite a bit of edge play. It might have been circle dependent, but that is by the by. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. Thank you very much, Michael, for being our special guest. And we are done for today. No problem. So that is done for day number 1 of PCS2 Europe. Tomorrow we're going to be back, same time, same place here to get day number 2 well underway, where we have 4 more games coming at you. We shall see you tomorrow for more PUBG action from Europe. Bye-bye.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. The Pick'em Challenge is back, and just in time for PUBG Continental Series 2, with some new improvements to make earning those great rewards even easier. That's right. Starting with PCS2, we've extended the Pick'em Challenge event and increased the number of matches, allowing you more time and opportunities to collect the points you need to earn awesome, unique rewards. You'll also be able to earn more free voting coupons than before, while having opportunities to earn esports points just by watching our live PCS2 broadcasts. The PCS2 Pick'em Challenge takes place from August 19th to September 8th for PC fans, and August 27th to September 8th for fans on console. During this time, you can check out real-time tournament standings, information on participating teams, and player stats in the Esports tab in-game. After PCS2 finishes, you'll be able to spend your earned EP in the Esports shop from September 15th until the 23rd. The shop is filled with exclusive PCS2 themed skins you can't get anywhere else, so make sure you spend your points while you can. Like before, the Pick'em Challenge is divided into 2 games, Pick the Winner and Team Face-Off. Pick the Winner lets you predict the overall champion from each region. You can only vote for each team once, but with a 100,000 EP prize, you're looking at up to 400k if your prediction game is on point. You'll need to use a voting coupon to cast votes for this game, which can be earned by purchasing PCS2 gear in the shop or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 25% of each PCS2 item sold goes directly back to the teams via evenly distributed direct payments and by bolstering the regional tournament prize pools. So you're getting cool stuff, increasing your odds to win even more cool stuff, and helping your favorite PUBG esports teams in the process. Team Face-Off is a game where you predict which of two teams will perform better in an upcoming matchup, and plays a little differently than PCS1. It's still a free game that doesn't require any voting coupons, but EP prizes will not be weighted based on how many votes each team has gotten. So it's up to you where to risk and where to play safe. Catching the intense PCS2 action live is its own reward, but you can also increase your Pick'em Challenge odds by watching live. Just like PCS1, codes will periodically show up on screen during the broadcast. Enter these in-game quickly, as only a certain number of people can claim each one. We'll also be giving out coupons and EP on Twitch through Twitch Drops. Twitch Drops are currently only available for Steam accounts and can only be acquired by watching on Twitch. To participate, make sure your Twitch, Steam, and PUBG accounts are all linked. You can get started easily by visiting accounts.pubg.com and logging in or creating your PUBG account if you haven't already. From here, you'll have easy access to link your accounts. Once linked, you can earn one free voting coupon and up to 20,000 EP just by spending time watching the PCS2 action live on Twitch. During the stream, you'll also be able to participate in quizzes that randomly appear on the official twitch.tv/PUBG channel. Answer correctly, get rewarded. PCS2 is happening soon, so familiarize yourself with the teams and plan out your strategy. All 4 PUBG regions are participating, and you can vote on them all. The more you watch, the better your odds of scoring unique skins for your own matches. PUBG Esports, PCS2, and the Pick'em Challenge. Get in on the action today.